Chapter 445. The tremors of the Array formation weren't limited to Fish Leaping Cliff. They were instantly transmitted to the various branches of the fifth ring, to the places where the rankings were announced in real time. There were sects, as well as large cities and great clans. At this moment, the cultivation world of the fifth ring, which had been silent for many years, was seething with excitement. 3 pristine heavenly land, supreme immemorial Cloud Mountain, Sangharama Oracle Lake, and so on. The meddlesome foundation establishment stage cultivators set off on their respective journeys. This was not the action of the sects, but the spontaneous mentality of the foundation establishment stage cultivators. The first wave of cultivators who set off were mostly the meddlesome ones. In fact, there were not many who had the ability to defeat the audacious challenger. This was determined by the specific shape of the fifth ring foundation establishment stage. The various sects and orthodoxies were scattered across the 5 rings of the continent, and their distances varied. The ones that were far away would take several years, while the ones that were close would take several months to cross the Wolf Ridge. Thus, a very practical question was, what if the challenge was already over after all the hardships they had to go through? There was no rule stating that anyone had to go. Other than the top 10 cultivators on the ranking, they were the first to bear the brunt of the challenge. Therefore, those who were rushing to the front were mostly idlers. Of course, there were also some who really wanted to test the strength of the challenger. This was especially true for the cultivators who were ranked around the 100th place. If they defeated the challenger, they would directly take over the position of the top 11 swordsmen. Based on history, the real challenge would only come 3 or 4 years later. When Lu Xiaoyi showed his strength and made people look at him in a new light, the real experts would flock to him. The last 5 or 6 years would be the most difficult because not only would the people who came to him be strong, but they would also have a clear understanding of his personal fighting habits, but he would not know what his opponent was good at. However, there were also large-scale groups that acted quickly. For example, Shenyuan, Flying Sword Mountain, Firmament Sword Sect. If their own swordsman wanted to act like a big boss, his brothers would definitely support him. Even though there was basically no injustice in Fish Leaping Cliff, there was a huge difference between having one's own people and not having one's own people. With a large group of swordsmen standing there, anyone would restrain their thoughts of doing bad things. When Master Lu Xiaoyi slammed his gavel on the table, someone had to shout mighty and silence. The higher-ups of Shenyuan reacted quickly. Regardless of whether it was the Thunder Palace or the Soaring Heaven Pavilion, they immediately issued a strict order, forbidding any swordsman below the peak of the foundation establishment stage from entering. This was also a form of protection, protecting them so that they wouldn't waste 10 years in vain. It was human nature, and even more so, the nature of cultivators. The swordsman had not had such a joyous day in a long time. Although the order was strict, as long as one wanted to go there were countless loopholes. Therefore, whether it was when Guangfeng or Rising Heaven Pavilion, all the sect missions were snatched up. There was only one goal, to get out of the dome first. As for where to go after leaving, who would be able to check one by one? Soon, the mission was over. What came next was to visit relatives, friends, rest leave, marriage leave, home leave, period leave. There were countless weird reasons, such as second uncle's great-aunt's distant cousin who had unfortunately passed away, and he needed to offer his condolences. However, the fastest group to leave were of course those who were already at the peak of the foundation establishment stage and were looking for opportunities to break through to the core formation stage. They had a legitimate reason, and no one could stop them. For example, the cursing Yang Bo and the anxious second senior brother of the external sword sect. During this period of time, in a certain direction in the western regions, the light of flying swords in the sky had never stopped. One after another, endless, and connected into a string. The cultivators who saw it felt strange. Was this a group of swordsmen going to fight? But it didn't seem like it. If they were organized, they should form a group before leaving. They couldn't just leave one by one. After they figured out the reason, a large group of idlers followed the sword lights and ran. As long as they were confident that they could barely cross Wolf Ridge, they wouldn't be willing to stay out of it. Making a ruckus was their nature. Regardless of whether they succeeded or failed in this challenge, it would be a joyous show. The foundation establishment cultivators at the bottom of the fifth ring hadn't gathered like this in a long time. The outer heavens wasn't their domain, and the realm was also the main stage for Jindan. It was a stage that truly belonged to them, and Fish Leaping Cliff could definitely be called the most special place. It wasn't just the western regions, it was the same for the entire fifth ring. Some went to help Lu Xiaoyi set up a place, while even more went to undermine him. In terms of absolute numbers, the foundation of the law vein was much deeper than the sword vein. Therefore, even if the percentage of people who went was far less than the sword vein, they still had the advantage in terms of absolute numbers. In the Ascension Hall of Thousand Virtues Peak, several hall masters were still discussing this matter. One of the Jindan was very dissatisfied. This cigarette butt, he didn't even report back when he left Peacock Palace. He does things his own way without any organization or discipline. Peacock Palace just caused trouble and was imprisoned for 50 years. Now that he's out, he's causing trouble again. Is he going to cause trouble for another 10 years? He wondered if this would affect the plans that the sect had been plotting all this time. If that's the case, this cigarette butt's actions will be the root of the disaster. Another Jindan retorted, the Peacock Palace incident isn't considered his fault, right? The sect has already decided on this point, it's just that it hasn't been announced yet. As for the sect's plans, they've already been in the works for decades. Who knows how many more years it'll take? With this style of planning, it might not even be announced even if this batch of disciples were to die. How can it affect the sect's plans? Stabbing Fish Leaping Cliff with a sword is indeed a bit reckless. However, since no one from our external sword sect has done so before, it's not wrong to set a precedent. There's no reason why our external sword sect can't do what our internal sword sect has done before. Success or failure isn't important. The key is to have the momentum. Their arguments were meaningless and couldn't change the facts. Moreover, the external sword sect didn't stipulate that their disciples couldn't stab Fish Leaping Cliff with a sword. They were limited by their strength and didn't have such extravagant hopes. However, now that a disciple had actually gone, doubts were doubts, but they couldn't be discouraged. Everyone understood this principle. One Jindan said, since he's already gone, we can't do anything about it. Why bother? I think this cigarette but can still last for a few years. With his strength, isn't it too much to say that he's the de facto senior brother of the Dome Foundation establishment group? Is it too much for our Xuanyuan's senior brother to stab a sword? Everyone sighed. They couldn't go, so they could only chat idly here. One Jindan looked at the silent hall master Jiyu Gang. Senior brother, I heard that you know this disciple very well. What do you think his actions this time have in mind? Will it succeed? Jiyu Gang sighed. I don't know what his intentions are. I haven't seen him in a long time. However, his temper isn't like that. Previously, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was just a bum waiting to die. He's just a guy who isn't willing to take responsibility and lives his own life. But now, since he dares to stab a sword, it at least proves that he's beginning to have a hint of a swordsman's way of thinking. This change is what I value the most. Little Eagle will eventually grow up and soar into the sky. Whether he's willing or not, this is his final destination. However, based on my understanding, this kid isn't an impulsive person. Since he dares to stab a sword, it means that he's confident. Let's wait and see. Chapter 446. All the Foundation establishment cultivators in the fifth ring were in an uproar, but Fish Leaping Cliff wasn't as lively as the outside world. It could even be said that it was very quiet. Lu Xiaoyi sat cross-legged at the top of Fish Leaping Cliff for 10 days, but he didn't see a single person. This caused him to feel dispirited and frustrated, as if he had lost something, and he felt distressed towards the moon. This was a very normal situation. Those who stayed here weren't here to stop him, but to travel. Who knew they would encounter such a thing? In his divine sense, there were only about 100 cultivators who were pointing at him under the fish leaping down. The number of cultivators was slowly increasing at a daily pace. However, they were all here to travel, not to challenge him after hearing the news. There were a lot of Foundation establishment cultivators in the fifth ring group. Among the 100 or so cultivators who happened to be present, only a few were on the list. They were very accurate in their judgment of their strength, so they didn't come up at all. They knew that the limelight wasn't something they could bear. Those who were able to cross the Wolf Ridge were either cultivators in the late stage of foundation establishment or at the peak of foundation establishment. Those who were able to make it this far were all outstanding people. Their ability to accurately judge the strength of their enemies was the cornerstone of their survival. Sugar-coated Hor was ranked 11th, and sword cultivators were generally cruel and merciless. Therefore, although almost everyone present had a bad opinion of him, it was absolutely impossible for him to go up and end the battle himself. Everyone preferred to see others rush to the front. On the 11th day, a heavyweight on the list finally arrived. Blood-spotted Bamboo was a daoist from the Bamboo Palace in the southeast region. He was a master ranked 69th. Blood-spotted Bamboo was a nickname for something similar to Candid Hor. It was a daoist name, and his real name was unknown. The Bamboo Palace's roots were in the Gemini star system, one of the 3 main star systems that had attacked the Sirius star system. After these foreign forces had settled down in the 5th ring, they had developed on their own. After tens of thousands of years, the world had changed, and there had been ups and downs. There were many forces that had declined, but there were also new forces that had been formed. For example, the Bamboo Palace was formed from the remnants of several original Gemini star system. The Sword Vein was a classic Law Vein faction. Their bloodline was at odds with the Sword Vein. Perhaps there were some other ancient reasons as well. Among the dozens of top factions in the 5th ring, the Sword Vein was one of the few factions that were at odds with the Sword Vein, especially against Shenyuan. Because the Wushang and the 3 Pure Ones occasionally supported the Sword Vein at critical moments, Shenyuan could do nothing about it. Daoist Song was passing by this place purely because of other reasons. Since he was passing by, he couldn't just pass by and not enter. Thus, when he passed by this place, he discovered the strangeness of this place. 200 cultivators gathered together, craning their necks and staring at the top of Fish Leaping Cliff, as if there was a peerless beauty or an immortal medicine up there. So they went up and asked. The Taoists were very enthusiastic, especially those from the Law Vein. The 3 Pure Ones' junior martial brother Hu, the Wushang's senior martial brother Yu, and Daoist Xia from Temple described the whole process to him vividly. Although they came from big sects, cultivators revered strength. Since they were all law cultivators, Daoist Song's strength was naturally the backbone of this group of law cultivators. When he first heard this, he was very disdainful. You're just a swordsman who fights and runs at the same time, yet you dare to put up a flag and stick your sword on the top of Fish Leaping Cliff. For tens of thousands of years, even the inner sword couldn't do it. You, an outer sword, are you tired of living? The eyes are the windows to the heart. Although he was disdainful, his eyes showed his eagerness to try. The other cultivators hurriedly persuaded him. Daoist Xia from Temple said, "Senior martial brother, wait. Why can't we let him run wild for a few days? Shenyuan is like the Monkey King when the tiger is not at home. The days of the inner sword are not going well, so the outer sword is in the limelight for a while. In reality, the overall strength of the inner sword is declining. This person is just taking advantage of this special period. After this period of time, if another strong cultivator appears in the inner sword, what does it have to do with him? What could the internal strife within the sect 60 years ago prove? There are still too few people on Fish Leaping Cliff now. There are only 100 or 200 of us. A large number of busybodies are still on their way. Since we want to embarrass Shenyuan, it's best to do it in front of everyone. When everyone's eyes are on us, when the elite senior martial brothers of our Law Vein arrive, any one of them will be a piece of cake." All the Taoists nodded in agreement. Even Daoist Hu and Daoist Yu, who were always trying to undermine each other, clapped their hands and smiled. Of course, he knew that they had good intentions. They were also afraid that he would encounter an accident when he was alone. To be safe, of course waiting was the best plan. But on second thought, he felt that something wasn't right. If he really waited for a few months, not to mention the senior martial brothers of the various sects and clans, even a few of the top 10 cultivators would definitely come. At that time, With his mere 69th position, how would he be able to make a move? In the 5-ring foundation establishment ranking, everyone tacitly agreed that the strength of the top 10 cultivators was similar. It didn't completely represent the difference in strength between them. In fact, not to mention the top 10 cultivators, even the top 30 cultivators didn't have any fundamental differences in strength. There were many factors that depended on who won, such as one's condition, environment, occasion, and restraints. There was such a perception that this ranking was not a real competition in a martial arts competition, but was determined through the scattered achievements of each person in the process of cultivation and constant contact with the outside world. Among them, the subjective speculations of outsiders accounted for a very important part of the factors. For example, Liu Xiaoyi was able to climb to the 11th place without fighting with any of the cultivators on the ranking list. Some people thought that this was just water, which was also reasonable. From this point of view, not to mention the top 10, the top 30, and even the top 100 cultivators didn't have much of a difference in strength. The reason why many people were ranked at the bottom wasn't because of their strength, but because they didn't show their faces in a sufficiently conspicuous situation. For example, he rarely had the opportunity to compete with top law vein cultivators and sword vein cultivators. Without a chance to show your face, how could you advance by leaps and bounds on the ranking? The 5-ring foundation establishment ranking would never provide an opportunity to compete purely for the sake of competing, because this didn't conform to the nature of the Great Tao. In truth, ever since the ranking had been established, it had always been unworthy of its name. Except for those who succeeded in stabbing their swords, those were the true heroes. Sometimes, he thought about how glorious it would be if his strength increased greatly one day and he could compete with everyone on the fish-leaping cliff under the gaze of all the cultivators in the 5-ring foundation establishment ranking. Unfortunately, it was just a dream in the end. It was too unrealistic. Therefore, when Shenyuan Weijian did what he had always wanted to do but did not dare to do, it made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Naturally, he had a thought: even if I can't get on the fish leap sword insertion 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 sword insertion. At the very least, the difficulty would be reduced a lot. It would be just one battle, and not countless battles over a period of 10 years. Chapter 447. Noticing the change in his expression, the 3 cultivators at the side continued to persuade him. Junior brother who tried his best to persuade him and did not hesitate to expose his own shortcomings. Senior brother, this cigarette but is extraordinary. Decades ago, in the gambling arena of Erhai's Kuan Dao, he single-handedly defeated 9 cultivators from the 3 pure ones. Now that I think about it, it's unbelievable. 70 to 80 years have passed, it's hard to say how much his strength has grown. For safety's sake, it's better to be cautious. Senior brother Yu at the side had an opinion. Junior brother Hu, your intentions are very good, we can all understand. But even so, you can't overestimate others' might and destroy your own spirit, right? Using 1 against 9 is just a gimmick. As far as I know, he only exchanged blows with 4 of your sect's disciples. The others were merely your sect's elders who saw that the situation was hopeless and chose to retreat strategically. How could they have actually fought? Moreover, the 9 people from your sect don't seem to have anyone on the ranking list, right? If you say that the 3 pure ones sent out all their elites, then you're talking nonsense. That was 70 to 80 years ago. However, this person seemed to have committed a crime in the Peacock Palace and was imprisoned by the Peacock Plume for 50 years. How could he cultivate in that kind of place? Therefore, if we talk about how much progress he has made, there's a big question mark. However, junior brother's overall meaning is still correct. Just like in the Peacock Palace, my closest ally, Tian Xingjian, one of the experts on the ranking list, Tumu, was beheaded by this person. Tumu was ranked 49th, senior brother, you're ranked. Therefore, what I mean is, it's better to take the long view. After senior brother Yu retorted, it was unknown what evil he had done, but Daoist Jolan Xia at the side did not agree. Senior brother Yu's words are not true. Most of it is true, but when you say that the swordsman beheaded Tumu with 1 sword, there's actually a deeper reason. A close friend of mine was also in the space of the peacock plume at that time, and he was in the team that met the accident. According to him, there was actually another reason why Temu was killed at that time. Firstly, he was shackled by the peacock fairy and could not use his full strength. Secondly, the direction of the peacock blood at that time happened to be flying in the direction of Temu. As a result, Temu had selfish thoughts in his heart. So, even though this Tanghulu is strong, we have to be realistic, right? However, I heard that this person defeated Guang Ming of the Inner Sword in a battle between the Inner and Outer Swords in Shenyuan 60 years ago. Everyone knows about Guang Ming, right? Top 10. If that's the case, then this sugar-coated horse can't be underestimated. It's better to be cautious. Daoist Xia's words were reasonable, but they aroused the dissatisfaction of Daoist Hu, one of the three pure ones. None of you are on point. Needless to say, the candid whores are ferocious. This is also my opinion. However, was the internal competition of the sect the same as the external competition? Among us, which one of us hasn't gone through countless big and small competitions in the sect? Even if you stand out in the sect and win every battle, as long as you walk out, it's a completely different matter. Without the protection of the elders of the sect, without the uncertainty of life and death, it was not a real battle. That's why I said that him being able to defeat the light doesn't really mean anything. Xia Huyo and the other two were engaged in a battle of words. However, the core of their conversation was to advise Tsongyi to be cautious and not act rashly. However, in Tsongyi's ears, these words had eliminated many of his concerns. Yes, defeating the light in internal competition was meaningless. Killing Temu in external competition was because Temu was greedy and unlucky. Then, what was there to be afraid of for such a person? There were many undeserved names on the rankings, and he, the sugar-coated horse, was not one of them. When he first came here and heard the news, he only had 10 or 20% fighting spirit. He still knew to consider the consequences of his actions. In the end, after a round of persuasion from these Dharma lineage cultivators, his fighting spirit was instead raised to 10%. That's right, that's it. One must become famous as soon as possible. Too many people wouldn't be able to do it. If he really waited for a large group of Dharma lineage cultivators to arrive, what could he do? When he thought of killing this arrogant swordsman and standing proudly at the top of Fish Leaping Peak, receiving the admiring gazes of everyone, he was a little hesitant. Should he leave after killing him? Or should he wait for more people to arrive? It was truly a difficult choice. Yes, leaving after killing him is even more dignified. Although I'm not here, my name will forever be left behind in the 5 rings. Let's do that. Daoist who took out a jug of wine. Wolf Ridge is remote and simple. I have a jug of immortal wine. Let's welcome senior brother. Daoist Yu flipped his hand and took out a jade plate and 4 wine cups. Daoist who activated his Dharma power and separated 4 lines of wine into the cups, pouring them evenly. Not a drop more, not a drop less. The 3 cultivators raised their cups in unison. I raise my cup to drink on the matters of the world. If it doesn't concern me, don't get involved. Come, come, come. The Supreme Three Purities Temple congratulates senior brother Bamboo Palace. Daoist Yu couldn't help but be filled with pride when he saw this. This was a tribute from the 3 strongest Dharma lineages in the 5 rings. This was an affirmation of the Bamboo Palace's strength. As a member of the Bamboo Palace, he felt honored. However, he was also a person with a sense of responsibility. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. The strength of the Bamboo Palace was accumulated bit by every cultivator, regardless of their cultivation level, gender, age, or background. It was accumulated bit by bit. As for him, he didn't mind contributing his meager strength to the strength of his sect. But he didn't accept the cup. Instead, he proudly smiled. Pour the wine. I'll be right back. A hero's life or death was decided by a cup of wine. Now that he had returned victorious, the cultivation world would spread another legend that belonged to the Bamboo Palace, that belonged to him. Seeing him fly through the air amidst the cheers of the cultivators, the 3 persuaders behind him glanced at each other. Daoist Xia raised his cup. To the first. Junior brother who flicked his sleeve. To a happy cooperation. Senior brother you smiled. To the prosperity of my Dharma meridians. The three drank their cups in one gulp. Nothing needed to be said. What prosperity of the Dharma meridians? It was just the prosperity of the Supreme Three Purities Temple. As for the other rising stars, who cared if they died? Junior brother who continued, I bet 2 breath. Senior brother you agreed. 3 breaths. Daoist Shia was even more extreme. 1 breath. Their words were enshrouded in fog. The people around them couldn't understand what they were betting on, but all of this wasn't important. This courageous body cultivator dared to be the first in the world, and he'd used a cup of wine to kill the ferocious and stubborn. Not to mention anything else, merely this courage and bearing of his wasn't something that those great sects in their twilight years could compare to. The cliff was high and the wind was gentle. The Pingtian Plateau was clear and cloudless. Because of their line of sight, they couldn't see the sword stabber at the top of the cliff, but they could see the fearless protector. He was quickly approaching the top of the cliff. In the process of approaching, the light of Dharma spells overlapped. That was the light of defensive Dharma spells. Some of them were widely used in the Foundation establishment realm, while others were the secret true teachings of the Bamboo Palace. Evidently, as a Daoist, he had courage and confidence. However, as an experienced Dharma cultivator on the ranking board, he did not lose his rationality because of unnecessary confidence. The thickness, density, and naturalness of the defense around his body made one gasp in amazement. In such a majestic aura, a bright light flashed from the top of the cliff. In an instant, it collided with Daoist Shia, who seemed to be covered in countless layers of armor. Blood splattered. Glory was gone. Daoist Shia stretched out his hand. I won. Chapter 448. Almost all the Dharma cultivators present felt as if they had been smashed in the head. Of course, there were a few exceptions. The 3 great hoodwinkers calmly held their cups in their hands, as well as Smoker who was watching silently from afar. She did not know how Lu Xiaoyi did it. She only knew that she would never be able to do it. Perhaps she could do it after becoming a Jindan, but what could this guy do after becoming a Jindan? It was unimaginable. A top Dharma cultivator ranked in the top 100 without any carelessness would be like paper under the attack of a flying sword. This was no longer a matter of tactics, but a matter of level. She finally understood where this guy's confidence came from. Under such an attack, there was no need for him to recover, because the battle would be very short. There was also no need for him to use a close-range sword, because no one could get close to him. When the power reached its peak, the others could only feel shock. The 3 great hoodwinkers were still very impressive. It had to be said that as a traditional Daoist sect that had been competing with Shenyuan for tens of thousands of years for the right to speak in the 5th ring, they were able to exist in this world. They were able to eat well, drink well, and cultivate well. They had their own unique side to them. Even some of the ordinary elite disciples below them had their own graceful and magnanimous demeanor. Such a demeanor and foundation was not something a nouveau riche like the Bamboo Palace could possess. Therefore, even though Guan Yi had left, the 3 of them were still alive and well. Senior brother Yu pretentiously poured the remaining cup of wine on the ground and declared, My soul has returned. My soul has returned. I'll be faithful to you till the end. Have a good journey. Beside him, a quick-witted cultivator from a small sect was disdainful. How the hell could he have a good journey? If his soul really returned, he might not necessarily go looking for trouble with that swordsman. He would go looking for you 3 old bastards first. It's not going to be easy. Ordinary people won't be able to test his trump cards at all. He has all kinds of methods and preferred battle tactics. With just this heavy sword, ordinary techniques definitely won't be able to block it. There won't be a future, Junior brother 3 Purities said melancholically. Although his strength was not enough to enter the rankings, Dharma cultivators had a unique trait. They had sharp eyes and a deep foundation in theory, so they could quickly discover the essence of a battle. We have to have the ability to block his opening attack. Only then will there be a future. From the looks of it, there doesn't seem to be any other methods other than the dimensional reduction artifact. The dimensional reduction Dharma artifact that senior brother you mentioned was actually a quasi-spirit artifact. In the cultivation world, Zhuji cultivators used magic tools, Jindan cultivators used spiritual tools, Yuanning cultivators used treasured tools, and Jinjuan cultivators used Dao tools. All of these tools were refined by different cultivators according to their own cultivation level and strengths. Lowering the limitations of Jindan cultivators' spiritual tools, reducing their power, and disregarding their lifespan and irreversible damage to the cultivator. Then, Foundation establishment cultivators could also use Jindan's spirit tools to a certain extent. Of course, such spirit tools could no longer be called spirit tools. Its power was much weaker than a real spirit tool, but it was also much stronger than a magic tool. Many of these spirit tools could only be used once. Very few sects and forces would deliberately make such things, because the precious materials and time wasted were completely worthless compared to the effects achieved. On the contrary, it would cause the disciples to be immersed in their dependence on it, and the gains did not make up for the losses. However, it was different for large sects like the Supreme Sect, the Three Pure Ones, and Temple. They were rich in resources and had a lot of talented people. They had the time and financial resources to make such things, so the three of them were not unfamiliar with it. Even so, the dimensionality reduction spirit tool would not generally exist in the hands of the common cultivators. Only the most outstanding few seeds would be given such a dimensionality reduction spirit tool by the sect as a last resort. In fact, they were also afraid that the disciples would become dependent on it. This was for the future of the great Tao, so it could not be neglected. However, in the storehouses of these large sects, there were many similar things prepared, just in case of a war. This was the foundation of the large forces of the Dharma lineage. Daoist Shia nodded. We can't rule out some special methods, such as enchantments and supernatural powers. However, for Foundation establishment, they are very rare. The spirit of the Foundation establishment is ultimately unable to support these superior techniques. Difficult. Lu Xiaoyi sat cross-legged at the top of the fish-leaping peak, licking the candied haws in his mouth. His heart was calm. The first cultivator must die. This was an important part of the overall strategy. Just like the defenders in the football games in his previous life, they had to show their toughness and fierceness when defending against the opponent's striker's first attack. If you did not do so, the opponent would frequently make trouble in the area you were defending, and there would be no end to it. Only by killing the first or even the first few people, leaving a ruthless and cruel reputation, would those who did not know when to stop and stop. Only then could they understand that this was a fight to the death, not a competition between friends who appreciated each other's talents. Otherwise, they would die of exhaustion sooner or later. Killing people was also saving people. The metaphysics of Taoism was shown incisively and vividly here. Even if it left a bad reputation, it was much better than killing more people because of frequent challenges in the next 10 years, or even decades or centuries. To be honest, many of them were indeed very annoying, but they would not kill them. Common sense was everywhere in life. Just like the street gangsters who wore their arms to show their hipsters and carried bricks with their fierce eyes, they were actually very afraid in their hearts, but they had to pretend to be so to frighten others. This was also a kind of protection for themselves. Lu Xiaoyi took his first step as a swordsman. For the sake of his previous promise, he bravely challenged the fifth ring, a feat that few people had been able to accomplish in tens of thousands of years. However, his heart was not so hard that he could ignore the lives of others. Perhaps one day in the future, his heart would reach the level of stone, but now was not the time. He pretended to be tough, but in fact, it was to cover up the weakness in his heart. 10 days after the sword was inserted into the fish-leaping peak, it finally ushered in a climax. However, this climax was too short and too shocking, directly extinguishing the thoughts of the few cultivators nearby who were eager to try it. At least he had achieved his goal. He resolutely extinguished the challenges of these opportunists. This kind of boredom continued for a few more months. The number of cultivators increased every day, but those who came were originally tourists, not challengers. The only thing they had in common was that once they came, they did not leave. The number of people slowly exceeded 500, then 1,000. Everyone found a good spot around the fish-leaping peak to observe. Those with Dharma vein, sword vein, body vein, unorthodox vein, it was very important to find a good spot, because soon, there would be a continuous peak period. When a large number of cultivators arrived, you would no longer be able to hold on to your original spot. A Dharma cultivator mingling with other orthodoxies was like holding a Dharma assembly. The cultivators were very familiar with this. 3 months later, the first group of over 100 cultivators arrived in groups. This was the orthodoxy closest to the fish-leaping peak. There was no need to take a long detour, they only needed to cross half of the Wolf Ridge. Among them, there were bound to be some with grievances. It was only at this time that the Battle of the Sword could be considered to have truly begun. Chapter 449. The bugle call that started attacking Lu Xiaoyi was from the body cultivators. It wasn't that body cultivators were brainless, but they preferred to use direct method. Furthermore, body cultivators had always believed that among the cultivation world's restraints, body cultivators' restraints on sword cultivators were the most real. The marching sect was a large body cultivator orthodoxy in the Erhai region. It wasn't within the top powers of the fifth ring, but its actual strength wasn't much different from the top powers. The marching sect's area of influence was close to the Wolf Ridge, which was where the fish-leaping cliff was located. Therefore, when they heard the news, it was time for them to cross the Wolf Ridge. Body cultivators also had their own goals. As one of the 3 most important orthodoxies in the fifth ring, body cultivators had always been suppressed by spell cultivators. This wasn't just a matter of orthodoxy, it was a matter of the spell cultivator's basic principles. If the spell cultivator wanted to dominate, the most important thing was to suppress the growth of the second brother. Who was the second brother in the fifth ring? Many people thought that it was the arrogant swordsman, but the higher-ups of the spell cultivator knew that this wasn't the case. The real second brother was actually a body cultivator. The reason was simple. No matter how happy the swordsmen were, they had a fatal weakness that they couldn't solve. That was the problem of the number of swordsmen. The foundation of the Shenyuan swordsman was the inner sword. The number of inner swords in the sword orb of the sword catacomb couldn't be expanded on a large scale. For tens of thousands of years, the only thing the Shenyuan people could do was to maintain the number of inner swords and work tirelessly on the quality. The same thing happened to the sword orb of the Firmament Sword Sect and the sword box of the Wei Sword Mountain. All of this determined that the sword vein could only be a sharp knife. They couldn't rule the entire cultivation world. Therefore, no matter how tense the relationship between the two parties was, the spell cultivators knew that the sword vein couldn't replace the spell vein because of their natural weakness in reproduction. Body cultivators were different. They didn't have the restrictions of the sword orb and sword box. Like the orthodox spell vein, they could expand infinitely. Because they were closer to the essence of the strength bloodline, the threshold was lower. The style of fighting was more easily accepted by hot-blooded youths. Therefore, in the fifth ring, where the culture was fierce, its mass foundation could rival that of the spell vein. This was a true orthodoxy that could replace the ruling position of the law lineage. Among the principles of the law vein, suppressing the sword vein was an act of madness, while suppressing the body vein was a core principle that had never been loosened. For physical meridians, they had always been at an absolute disadvantage in the tens of thousands of years of struggle against dharmic meridians. The difference was in all aspects, and there was no light of hope. Therefore, in recent years, a major cultivator of physical meridians had proposed a new direction. If they could not catch up to eldest brother for now, could they suppress third brother first? This kind of debate continued. The 3 sides contended for supremacy. The second and third brothers working together to fight against the boss was the most classic strategy. The struggle between the second and third brothers would only make the boss laugh his head off. Even mortals understood the principle that the teeth would be interdependent if the lips were gone. There was no reason why cultivators didn't understand. However, third brother's behavior had become more and more overbearing over the past tens of thousands of years. He considered himself the second brother, and in all aspects of the five-ring world, whether it was resources, talents, territory, etc., he never knew how to restrain himself. This caused the physical meridian's resentment towards the sword vein to grow. Of course, it was impossible for a cultivation war to break out, but in certain aspects, the sword vein was not willing to fall behind. This included the 5-ring foundation establishment ranking. A few decades ago, the top 10 of the ranking was basically dominated by the law vein and sword vein. The body vein would occasionally show up, but in recent years, after the sword vein's brilliance reached the core formation stage, there was a gap. Finally, some individual cultivators took advantage of the situation and squeezed into the top 10. This was something that the physical meridians were happy to see. They knew that it was impossible to keep the sword vein out of the top 10 forever. However, if they could drag this out for a longer period of time, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to the physical meridians. After tens of thousands of years, the ranking had already formed a trend of public opinion. It might not be worth mentioning in the eyes of superior cultivators, but to ordinary mortals, chi refinement warriors, and those who had just entered the foundation establishment stage, it had an increasingly important guiding effect. Just like the ranking of higher education institutions in Lu Xiaoyi's previous life, it had practical significance. Every student with outstanding results would be ranked from top to bottom, and not from bottom to top. First choose your major, then your school. There were even those who chose their school first, then their major. In this cultivation world, schools were the major sects and forces. The supreme 3 pure ones, Shenyuan, and so on were ranked below. Majors were the orthodoxes. Do you prefer dharma, sword, or body cultivation? There was no newcomer who did not want to enter a higher class school. It was precisely because of this mentality of wanting to climb higher that the outstanding new foundation establishment cultivators would naturally flock to the 9, 8, 5, 2, 1, and 1. It was also because of this flow of talent that the strong would always be strong, and the weak would always be weak. Over a long period of time, the major sects that recruited more outstanding talents would produce more Jin Dan, Yuanying, and even people who were strong enough to change the trend of cultivation. This was the most important aspect of a sect's orthodoxy, the root of the matter, and the 5-ring foundation establishment ranking was increasingly showing its guiding role. This was also the reason why the major sects and forces still encouraged their disciples to strive for the top, even though they seemed to be dismissive of such a ranking on the surface. There must be someone or a few forces secretly condoning this. As for who exactly it was self-evident just by looking at who was at the top of the ranking. This was a very clever way to recruit outstanding talents. Even the sword vein, which had always been known for its valiant combat strength, could not occupy half of the top spots. From this, it could be seen that there was a deep-seated reason behind this. This was a battlefield without smoke. Even if there was no explicit war, the far-reaching calculations behind the scenes were everywhere. It was also because of this mentality that other than the sword vein, no one wanted the swordsman to succeed in such a genuine sword insertion. It meant a decisive trend, just like how the value of a Nobel Prize winner in an academy would definitely multiply. The marching sect had 2 physical cultivators who were in the top 100 of the ranking, but they did not come this time. This was because the sect was worried that if they failed, they would lose their original positions. Even though they were physical cultivators, they were not stupid at all. Among the group of cultivators from the marching sect who came this time, it was confirmed that 3 of them would be the ones to issue the challenge. At least from the marching sect's point of view, these 3 disciples were not weaker than the 2 on the ranking. They just lacked some opportunities. This was especially so for one of the ancient blood physical cultivators. He had cultivated wholeheartedly for over 100 years and had already reached an unimaginable level in terms of physical techniques. They believed that with this level of strength, he was completely confident of pulling down this Tanghulu. They had to hurry. Once the large group of Dharma Meridian cultivators arrived, they would have nothing to do. Chapter 450. Lu Xiaoyi knew that this was a body cultivator. Their physical characteristics were as obvious as a swordsman carrying a sword on his back. However, he did not have the time to guess this person's magical powers. In the future, he would not recognize any of his opponents, let alone know what they were good at. Therefore, there was no need to guess. The The correct method was to test it out with his sword. His heavy sword could test out most people's treasures because no one could hide anything between life and death. If he could do it, it meant that his opponent's strength was above his, and there was no need to hide. The first time he killed that spell cultivator, he used the 4 seasons. This time, he used the Dew City. In terms of penetration, the Dew City was above the 4 seasons. To body cultivators, they were not used to hiding and preferred to fight head-on. Therefore, the speed and agility of the 4 seasons were redundant in front of a body cultivator. As he advanced, that body cultivator was like a running car. His figure gradually grew. This was the Dharma idol. This was the basic ability of a body cultivator. He did not use any weapons. His weapons were his fists. This was also the battle form of most body cultivators. They believed in their own bodies, and through continuous strengthening, they had reached a frightening level. In the eyes of body cultivators, using weapons would give them another direction to cultivate. They might as well focus all their energy on their bodies and use their bodies as weapons. Facing Lu Xiaoyi's flying sword, he only used a simple punch. Within the punch was a magical power, collapsing mountain. In front of the fist, a vacuum of about 3 feet thick formed, enveloping the Dew City. As the flying sword advanced, it was as if it was not in a vacuum environment, but in a material medium. The intense friction caused the head of the flying sword to emit dazzling metallic sparks. He waved his right fist. Under the collision of the two forces, the body cultivator immediately realized that his collapsing mountain could not stop the flying sword from advancing. This was the intuition of a cultivator. Thus, he swung his left fist again and activated the mountain-shattering divine power twice in a row. However, he still couldn't stop the flying sword from piercing through his chest. However, the Dharma idol stood tall and didn't fall. The body cultivator didn't seem to feel anything. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. The uniqueness of physique cultivators was indeed the bane of the swordsman's physical penetrating orthodoxy in certain aspects. Firstly, the penetrating power of Dew City had already been depleted by the 2 mountain stomps. Secondly, Dharma forms couldn't be measured by the normal distribution of human organs. The human heart was on the left side of the chest, but the position of the heart could be changed after transforming into the Dharma form. Powerful body cultivators could hide their important body parts anywhere on the Dharma form. Of course, Foundation establishment cultivators could not do it, but they could hide their heart somewhere between the chest and abdomen. Therefore, when the flying sword pierced down, it needed to accurately determine the position of the heart, otherwise it would not be fatal. The sword aura of the flying sword could complete this task within the Dharma form's body. Unfortunately, when the Dew City entered the body, the sword aura had already been depleted and the remaining power was limited. Physique cultivators might not be able to cultivate so many changes in battle, but their specialization in divine powers and the body made it very difficult for them to be killed quickly. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi did not use all his strength. He only released 1 sword spirit out of the 6. The physique cultivator was testing his attack, and he was also testing the physique cultivator's defense. This was a rare opportunity to test the Dharma form and physique cultivators at the beginning of the 10 years of sword piercing. When a large group of divine powers and physique cultivators arrived, he would definitely not waste his spiritual power to carry out such a boring test. The Dharma form of the physique cultivator didn't suffer much damage. Under the powerful recovery ability of the bloodline, it quickly recovered. It seemed to be unharmed, but the physique cultivator was suffering. He was attacked by the flying sword at a distance of 6,000 feet. When he was attacked, he used the inertia to charge forward a few hundred feet. However, he was still 5,000 feet away from his opponent, not entering the attack range of his divine powers. His divine powers had a maximum range of 5,000 feet, and an effective range of 4,000 feet. In other words, he was still 1,000 feet away from being beaten and unable to retaliate. This was the benefit of a long distance. If his hands were short, he could only endure. The flying sword arrived as expected. The 4 seasons came right in front of him, and beside him, Zhu Cheng circled and began his second attack. The physique cultivator's heart sank. If the second flying sword had the same strength as the first, His Dharma form might not be able to help him. He was here to test the strength of his opponent's attack, not to die. The marching sect's only hope of defeating the sword-piercing was his senior brother, not him. Now, he needed to fight for his life at this awkward distance. His body stopped charging forward, and his Dharma form started to spin faster and faster. It was like a spinning top that was constantly being spun. This was his only defensive divine power, physique or technique. The awakened divine powers of physique cultivators were mainly offensive divine powers and supportive divine powers. Purely defensive divine powers were very rare. This was the balance that the heavenly Tao had in the distribution of Taoism. The principle was that once a physique cultivator had an extremely strong Dharma form, it would be very difficult for him to obtain new powerful divine powers in terms of defense. This was not in line with the nature of cultivation. In theory, the Daoist system did not allow for a single unsolvable aspect to appear. Of course, there were always exceptions, and this physique cultivator was such an exception. When his Dharma form and physique or technique were combined together, he waved his arms in a frenzy and struck out with mountain-crushing divine powers. In the marching sect, there was no one who could break his defense. This was also the reason why he was the vanguard among the marching sect cultivators. However, the flying sword did not land. Ju Cheng and 4 Seasons circled above his head and danced lightly. It was obvious that they wanted to see how long he could spin like this. The physique cultivator was in an awkward position. In his current state, he could not move quickly. In other words, the other party could easily maintain a safe distance from him and watch him spin with their sharp swords hanging high. He could not stop yet. Because the moment he stopped, the flying sword would definitely land. And it would be very difficult for him to burst out with such a strong defense again in a short period of time. No matter if it was forward or backward, he was under the control of his opponent. If he was in the wild, his situation would not bode well for him. However, he could still be saved now because he could still retreat, even if it was embarrassing. Under the shocked gazes of the people below the cliff, the physique cultivator began to retreat. Embarrassing himself was better than losing his life. Physique cultivators were not afraid of death, but they would not seek death. This was a strange scene. The Dharma form came with an aggressive aura and then retreated as if it had gone crazy. It could not stop at all. All of this was because the swordsman did not play by the rules. Since you sent out the flying sword, how could you not attack? Wasn't this just toying with him? After retreating another 1,000 feet, the 2 flying swords returned to their sheaths one after another. Lu Xiaoyi did not make a move. This person was already crippled, and there was no need for him to make a final attack. He could clearly judge that his 2 flying swords would definitely pierce through this body cultivator's defense and take his life. However, doing so would also bring harm to his sword spirit. The body cultivator's defensive divine ability was not just for show. There was a price to be paid for it. He was a little reluctant. Chapter 451. The body cultivator spun and fell. He wasn't hurt by the flying sword, but rather, he spun too quickly and was exhausted. With the support of his companions, he finally managed to stabilize himself. To be honest, because of the threat of death, he spun faster and fiercer than he had ever spun in his life. It was a little embarrassing, but at least he managed to keep his life. In fact, the essence of the entire battle was the swordsman's unstoppable first sword. He did test the strength of the flying sword, but at the same time, he lost his confidence, which led to a series of overreactions. He activated his tubular body technique too early. The right thing to do should have been to use mountain collapse to block the flying sword, and then activate it according to the flying sword's progress. However, he was afraid that his Dharma form wouldn't be able to withstand the flying sword's attack, so he activated it earlier to maximize the power of the tubular body technique. In the end, he was one of the 3 body cultivators selected by the military sect to be able to fight, and the next one should be the other. However, this person had a good temperament and wasn't afraid of his companion's failure at all. He wanted to go up. However, he didn't expect a hand to stop him. Bu Chu was the person that the military sect had high hopes for this time. His bloodline was ancient, and his strength was shocking. After 100 years of hard work, it was time for him to amaze everyone. "You're not his opponent. Leave it to me." His words were very direct and hurtful. His meaning was also clear. Since they would only embarrass the military sect, why should they give the swordsmen their battle records? Although they were reluctant, they were all afraid of the internal conflicts in the sect. They knew the true strength of this senior brother, so they didn't dare to say anything and could only retreat silently. Bu Chu slowly stepped out with the cloud steps. His skinny figure was very eye-catching among the group of strong body cultivators, but this had nothing to do with his status. The body cultivators of the military sect all knew the strength of this senior brother, and this was also one of the few opportunities for him to show his abilities. After 100 years of hard work, he would have to face the core formation stage. Therefore, to him, there wasn't much time for him to fight on the leaderboard. This battle was the best opportunity for him to become famous. After that, he would continue to train hard, and at least leave his own legend in the base of the 5 rings. Lu Xiaoyi could feel this kind of pressure. There wasn't any change in him finally becoming serious. He had always been serious. A cultivator must respect a battle. 4 seasons first. 8 out of 8. The goat horn technique, the Tao of Stars, and the sword force were unleashed. Lu Xiaoyi had used all his strength in this attack. This was his fighting philosophy. He was not willing to waste time on pointless probing. If he did not use his full strength, how could he make his opponent use all his trump cards to defend? A simple probing was completely meaningless. His speed suddenly increased, but he did not form the most basic Dharma idol body of a body cultivator. This was very unusual, but it could not shake the indomitable will of the flying sword. As the flying sword approached, it easily pierced through Bu Chu's body. Because there was no resistance, the sword chi inside Bu Chu's body was able to explode to its greatest extent. This kind of power was not something a foundation establishment cultivator could resist with just their physical body. Bu Chu frowned as if he was enduring some kind of pain. Then, an illusory Dharma idol came out of his body. It carried the power of the flying sword and exploded in the sky. When the Dharma idol left his body, Bu Chu's body also suddenly moved from 6,000 feet away to 3,000 feet away. He raised his arms, and a spell suddenly appeared in front of Lu Xiaoyi. It was like a cross, and as it spun, the surrounding space faintly fluctuated. Lu Xiaoyi's figure flashed, and Zhu Cheng whistled out to intercept it. He had been guessing how many opponents he would have to face before they could force him to use his sword. The result was beyond his expectations. His third opponent had done it. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the 5 rings cultivators. Lu Xiaoyi was not the only one with opportunities. Since Zhu Cheng had moved, there was no need to add fuel to the fire. Big Dipper and Hidden Fragrance shot out. Since the battle had begun, the swordsman's principle was to attack until the opponent could not do anything. If they could not do this, the swordsman had no advantage in terms of defense and all-around defense. Lu Xiaoyi was chased up and down by Bu Chu's Dharma idol cross. He needed to use his escape technique and Zhu Cheng to defend together. Bu Chu was unable to form an effective defense under the attacks of the 4 seasons, Hidden Fragrance, and Big Dipper flying swords. He was also smart. He did not defend at all. Instead, he continuously sent out Dharma idols from his body, causing the flying sword's power to explode. The fierce battle in the sky suddenly heated up. It also allowed the spectating cultivators to finally see the battle they wanted to see. The only thing they felt was that they were lucky they did not go up. Daoist Jiu was somewhat puzzled. This is the Dharma idol cross. Can a body cultivator at the foundation establishment stage cultivate this kind of Dharma idol? Daoist Wushang Yu nodded. It is indeed the Dharma idol cross. And it is a high-level Dharma idol cross. After the Dharma idol cross leaves the body, the Dharma idol cross can teleport in the opposite direction. Of course, foundation establishment cultivators can't cultivate this kind of Dharma idol cross. This is Jindan's Dharma idol cross. But for body cultivators, there is another possibility, an abnormal bloodline. I reckon that this Bu Chu has inherited an ancient bloodline. Having this kind of talent is an individual phenomenon, and not a common ability. In the cultivation world, there were many capable people with strange abilities. It was very normal for them to have strange abilities. An individual's ability did not represent anything, and it could not change the balance between the powers of the sects. Just like Lu Xiaoyi's Dharma Idol Cross, Bu Chu's Dharma Idol Cross, their individual ability would not cause too much of a stir in the cultivation world. But if Xu Arnuen's external swords could all cultivate Dharma Idol Cross, then everyone in the marching sect could use the Dharma Idol Cross. This would be a major event that could change the situation of the cultivation world. Daoist Xia was clearly not very proficient in body cultivator techniques. This Dharma Idol Cross is so marvelous. Looking at the situation, it can be revealed infinitely. Doesn't that mean it will always be in an invincible position? This goes against the principles of the great Tao. Daoist Three Purities curled his lips. Who said it can be revealed infinitely? It's just a matter of where the limit is. This swordsman understands it very well. Look at his constant attacks. It looks like he's doing nothing, but he's actually forcing the body cultivator to reveal the Dharma Idol Cross. Although the flying sword consumes a lot of energy, the Dharma Idol Cross consumes a lot of energy. If you don't believe me, just watch. They won't be able to fight like this for long. There will definitely be a change in the next few breaths, and it must be the body cultivator who's looking for a change. Senior brother Yu expressed his agreement. Body cultivators usually have no less than 4 or 5 divine abilities. Bu Chu has only used 2 of his Dharma Idol Cross and Dharma Idol Cross. There's still a long way to go. However, to be able to get close to the swordsman with just 2 divine abilities, this kind of ability should be at least in the top 30 of the rankings, or even higher. The body cultivators have wild ambitions. They want to replace the body cultivators in the Dharma Idol Cross. There are many hidden experts, and they would rather hide than come out to fight for the rankings. They have ulterior motives. Junior brother Who laughed. You have many experts like this hidden as well, don't you? Senior brother Yu sneered. Likewise. Chapter 452. The reason why Lu Xiaoyi was in such a difficult position was because he had spent most of his energy on attacking. Otherwise, a mere cross twist would not have made him so embarrassed. It was fine if he was in a difficult position, but the key was to break through his opponent's defense. Otherwise, there would be no chance of victory. Of course, he did not understand the divine powers of a body cultivator. Not to mention body cultivators, he did not even know much about the mainstream techniques of the cultivators. However, this did not mean that he did not have his own judgment. If this body cultivator's illusory form could be switched endlessly, then there was no need to fight. He could just admit defeat and leave. The purpose of a fast-paced attack was to force out the limit of the illusory form. There was no one in this world who could not die. He could also see that his flying sword could not hurt his opponent, not because it was not powerful enough, but because the nature of the power was different. His flying sword was of a normal nature, while the body cultivator's defense was of a mysterious level. Therefore, they did not match. It was not that they were completely unequal, but under the mysterious effect, his fierce attacks were all diverted to unknown places. From the start of the battle until now, the body cultivator's illusory form had already been revealed 8 times, blocking death for him 8 times. How many more times could he withstand? Lu Xiaoyi did not believe it. In the world of cultivators, there was no such thing as a method that went against the Tao. As long as you had enough insight, you would definitely be able to get close to the truth. Lu Xiaoyi understood this point, and so did the knowledgeable disciples of the large sects. After 2 breaths, Bu Chu suddenly changed his move. He used the advanced form of the illusory form. After his illusory form was revealed, his true form instantly closed in. He opened his arms, and his entire body suddenly expanded. Then, he wrapped his arms inwards. This was his 3rd divine power, the bear hug. However, Bu Chu's bear hug was different. His method of killing was not strangling. His arms were only used to hold the target in place. His method of killing was to expand his body. As long as his opponent's body was wrapped in his arms, his opponent would be pulled out of shape by the expansion and contraction of his Dharma form. Regardless of whether it was a swordsman or a Dharma cultivator, they did not have the ability to control their body like a physique cultivator. When he expanded to over 100 feet, his opponent would also be stretched to over 100 feet. How would they survive? Lu Xiaoyi had already noticed the teleportation ability that came with the form of illusion and reality. With his keen senses, he had already realized that this could become a method for body cultivators to engage in close combat, so he had already prepared for it. Of the 3 flying swords, he had always placed hidden fragrance at the outermost edge, just for this moment. Almost at the same time as his opponent teleported, Lu Xiaoyi activated the Heavenly Sword Ruler. Just as his opponent's arms were about to close in on him, he escaped and appeared at Bu Chu's original position. The distance between the two did not change. This was already the maximum teleportation distance of the Heavenly Sword Ruler. The attack was still the same, but the two of them had swapped positions. This was the first time that Lu Xiaoyi admitted defeat in close combat since he entered Dao. He had a premonition that if he did not break the form of illusion and reality of a physique cultivator, even if he waved his sword for hundreds of years, he would only be able to slash at his opponent's illusory form. He was not weak in a mid-range mutual attack. A single crucifix was not enough to pose a threat to him. He also did not intend to use his speed to widen the distance between them and make it impossible for his opponent to reach him. This was because his opponent's mysterious form of illusion and reality could allow him to move a few hundred feet forward under any circumstances. Rather than that, it was better to fight at a distance of 3,000 or 4,000 feet. His control of the flying swords would be easier. Bu Chu's expression was indifferent. It was as if every time the illusionary image was cut, it had nothing to do with him. However, this was not a divine ability that could be casually used. Every time the illusionary image appeared, it was as if a layer of his soul, bones, and flesh was being scraped off. The pain was unbearable even for a cultivator. He could do it because of the unimaginable 100 years of bitter cultivation. It was the severing of his own nerves and humanity. He had already lost something that a human should have. The elders in the sect said that he was a little obsessed, but he did not care. If you wanted to gain more, you had to lose more. How could there be an easy way to be immortal in the cultivation world? He had long understood this truth. Therefore, the sect did not approve of him trying to enter the ranking list. In fact, they were afraid that once his secret was known, he would lose face for the sect. What was the result? Did they have to rely on him at the crucial moment? Could others do it? Including the 2 top 100 figures in the sect. Everyone was guessing what his other divine senses were. Under normal circumstances, it was normal for an outstanding foundation-building body cultivator to comprehend 4 or 5 effective divine senses. In history, the marching sect's record of comprehending divine senses was 9, but he was different. He only had 3 divine senses, and they were all already used: illusory form, bear hug, and cross strangle. But he still relied on these 3 divine senses to stand at the peak of the foundation-building group. This was because his divine senses were different from others. They were divine senses of a deeper and higher level. Illusory form seemed to be a divine sense, but in fact, it contained 3 abilities. Illusory form substitution was the basic ability, instant movement was an expanded ability, and finally, illusory form combination was the ultimate ability. Therefore, although it seemed to be a divine sense, it was actually 3 divine senses. The bear hug was a single divine sense, but its power was extraordinary. In Bu Chu's impression, no one had been able to escape from his bear hug, including his fellow body cultivator brothers. The name bear hug was very misleading. It was actually a body-shaping technique that increased and decreased the size of the body. When he wrapped his arms around his opponent, it would produce a mysterious effect, and his opponent would be on the same level as him. This was the essence of the bear hug. It did not cause any harm. The problem was that when the body cultivator expanded or shrunk his body through his Dharma form, the person he was hugging would also change their appearance and characteristic. For body cultivators, it was normal for their bodies to expand or shrink several times. Their cultivation was based on such changes in their Dharma form. But the opponent in his arms would not feel the same way. For example, Lu Xiaoyi's body technique was the purple star body, which had a certain degree of toughness. But if his 6-foot height was instantly stretched to 10 feet, and then compressed to 1 or 2 feet, it was easy to imagine what would happen to him. A piece of meat. This was an unbreakable divine sense. As long as he hugged his opponent. But such a sure-kill divine sense had its own harsh conditions. You had to get close to your opponent first, so that the opponent could not escape. Just like now. After several attempts, he realized that he could not get within a few feet of this vigilant swordsman using normal methods. Since that was the case, he only had one last move left. The final state of the illusion form, the illusion form fusion. But to use the illusion form fusion, there was an extremely harsh precondition. For example, at his current level, he had to exhaust his illusion form to the very end. In other words, he could only enter the illusion form fusion state when he could no longer use his illusion form fusion state. This was the mysterious restriction of the mysterious power. If it could be as simple as waving his fist, then it would not be mysterious at all. More power usually meant more effort and stricter conditions. This was the reason why he had been allowing his opponent to kill him, and why he kept revealing his illusion form. Firstly, he had no choice, and secondly, he had other plans. Chapter 453. Every spectator felt that the battle was leaning towards the swordsman's advantage. Body cultivators' defensive divine arts were unparalleled in the foundation establishment stage, but their offensive divine arts were lacking. It was a pity that no matter how thick their tortoiseshell was, they would not be able to withstand the swordsman's relentless attacks. The balance between offense and defense had always been the principle of a cultivator's battle. Even the crazy swordsman had his own defensive techniques. 80% offense and 2% defense. One could survive in the cultivation world, but 80% defense and 2% offense. This doesn't make sense. As far as I know, this man is the #1 foundation establishment cultivator in the marching sect. His offensive power cannot be limited to this level. Or is he waiting for an opportunity to strike? 3 purities expressed his confusion. He knew the difference between illusion and reality, but he did not know its ultimate form. This was a body cultivator's secret. How could an outsider know about it? I feel that the more it's like this, the more it proves that Bu Qian is scheming something big. He must be waiting for an opportunity, the last chance to turn the tables. I think the swordsman is in trouble. Daoist Jiao Lanxia expressed his opinion. Senior brother Wu Shangyu sighed. We're guessing here, but we don't know much about the trump cards of both sides. The swordsman has 4 flying swords, but their overall power does not seem to be fully unleashed. 4 flying swords at the same time are not as stunning as the first one? Is it because he can't understand the difference between illusion and reality? Or is there something else? Body cultivators only have 3 divine arts, and one of them can't be used. The strongest body cultivator in the marching sect only has 3 divine arts. What is he waiting for? Although the mystery is unfathomable, it can't be used without limit. If he doesn't counterattack now, is he going to save it for the final moment? If that's the case, if he doesn't succeed, only death awaits him. I can't guess. They were indeed insightful and came from a big sect. However, they could not come to a conclusion about the sword vein, which was not their specialty. In comparison, Smokey was more confident. She did not know anything else, but she knew that this guy's offensive power was not at all in this battle. I wonder if it's because my opponent is immortal? However, there was one thing that mattered. This fellow had always planned meticulously when fighting with others. There was no possibility of him being tricked by others. The key was, how would he make use of his opponent's trap? She was accompanied by a dozen or so swordsmen. They were all swordsmen from the 3 major sword sects. They had come here by chance and were fortunate enough to witness the glory of the sword vein from the very beginning. A swordsman from Weijian Mountain asked worriedly, "Will the leader be all right? Why do I feel uneasy when I have the upper hand?" Yang Chen whispered, "He'll be fine. He's holding it in." Smoky Ash was wrong. The reason why Lu Xiaoyi hadn't used all his attacking tactics was because he wasn't sure if he could deliver a fatal blow. He had an idea, But he wasn't sure yet. This was because his countermeasure was the luck-severing flying sword that he had just mastered. However, this was the last sword spirit that he had refined in the Peacock Palace. It had been less than 10 years since it became a spirit. Its foundation was shallow and it had not experienced any actual combat. Furthermore, he wasn't sure what the so-called luck-severing was. He wasn't sure if it included the mysteries of the body cultivator. He was more inclined to exhaust the mysteries of the body cultivator first. This would undoubtedly be safer. However, this choice was wrong in the current situation. This was because he might allow his opponent to land a fatal blow. From this point of view, Lu Xiaoyi still lacked the mentality of a true gambler. He also lacked the ruthlessness to kill his opponent's ultimate move. If he didn't use the method but waited, he would be wasting his opportunity. However, he was still Lu Xiaoyi, not the swordsman Lu Xiaoyi. Even if he had some inexplicable battle instincts, he still needed to accumulate them. There was nothing that could be obtained without hard work. Bu Chu continued to use the expansion ability of the form of illusion and reality to chase after Lu Xiaoyi's figure through continuous teleportation. This was a method of trying to get something out of him. What if the sword cultivator made a mistake and he didn't need to use the ultimate ability of the form of illusion and reality? Regrettably, the swordsman's control of the distance was perfect. He maintained a distance of 300 feet from Bu Chu and didn't give him any opportunities. Bu Chu was secretly investigating the mysteries. He knew that he could only maintain his form of illusion for one last time. Thus, he didn't advance and instead retreated. He acted as if he was powerless and was about to retreat. Lu Xiaoyi subconsciously chased after him with his flying sword. This had already become an instinct. He didn't have the time to think about why his opponent was doing this. With this thought in mind, his flying sword went back and forth. For a swordsman, as long as his opponent was within the range of his flying sword, there was no need to stop killing. This was the safest method. In fact, it was also the only choice for a Foundation establishment swordsman. They couldn't withdraw their swords with telekinesis. That required a higher level of control. The Big Dipper finally hit Bu Chu's body as he wished. This time, there was no illusion. The sword chi of the Big Dipper exploded in Bu Chu's body. At the same time, Bu Chu's form of illusion was completed. With the guidance of the Big Dipper flying sword, Bu Chu firmly locked onto Lu Xiaoyi's position. Then, the two apparitions, one illusion and one illusion, disappeared together with the Big Dipper flying sword. In the next moment, the illusion and reality merged into one beside Lu Xiaoyi and rapidly expanded. He wrapped his arms around Lu Xiaoyi and hugged him. Because the distance was too close, Lu Xiaoyi was disturbed by his opponent's qi and could no longer use the heavenly sword ruler. This was the result of not understanding the opponent's skill. If Lu Xiaoyi had discovered the abnormality and reacted quickly, he might not have been so close to the Big Dipper. However, he was not a body cultivator, and he would never be able to figure out the secret of every opponent's trump card. When Bu Chu's body expanded and formed a qi control circle, Lu Xiaoyi knew that he couldn't escape. At this time, he could only give up his fantasy and face the close combat head-on. He did two things. First, he threw out the luck cutter flying sword. At the same time, he held the long sword in his hand and attacked instead of retreating. Bu Chu didn't care at all. It was not easy to get such an opportunity. How could he retreat just because his opponent was holding a sword? For his form of illusion, he could withstand 10 such sword strikes. For him, the most important thing was to surround his opponent and not let him escape. He had achieved his goal. His swollen arms were like iron hoops tightly wrapped around his opponent. Then, he tried to control his form of illusion to grow. However, his form of illusion, which he had been able to use freely since he started cultivating, lost its response. In the next moment, the majestic sword chi exploded in his body. His body, which he was once proud of, could no longer withstand the sharpness of the swordsman after losing its mysteriousness. In the blood, Lu Xiaoyi took out a stick of sugar-coated haws. Chapter 454. P.S. Thank you to the 6 Alliance Masters for your support. Sloth is giving you a free chapter. The changes in the sky were both within the expectations of the spectators and outside of their expectations. The spectators with limited abilities were expected. Since the swordsman had been suppressing the body cultivators, there was nothing new about the swordsman winning in the end. What was unexpected were the truly knowledgeable spectators. They could see that Bu Chu's final attack was unpredictable, but what was even more shocking was that even with such an exquisite combination of attacks, the swordsman still managed to make the first move. Being able to make the most accurate choice in a split second was the most important aspect of judging a cultivator's battle ability. In this sense, this sugar-coated hawthorn had inherited the excellent battle traditions of the Shenyuan swordsman. It was terrifying. Daoist Xia, junior brother Hu, and senior brother Yu had sorrowful expressions as they slowly walked to where the body cultivators of the March sect were gathered. They didn't seem to notice the hostile gazes of the body cultivators, as if their hearts and minds were already immersed in grief. Daoist Xia mourned. Daoist Bu Chu, your soul has returned. Junior brother Hu followed closely behind. Your soul has returned, not to Yudu. There's no place to test your virtue, leaving you in sorrow. Senior brother Yu continued, your soul has returned, leaving you in a fish's leap. Flowing gold nightmare stone, happy place of parameter. Viper Junjun, sealing the fox for 1,000 miles. Why obey? Your soul has returned, not to float for long. The body cultivator's wariness dissipated like the wind amidst the sincere condolences. They suddenly felt that the spell cultivators weren't as hateful as before. At least for now, in front of the bloody Shenyuan sword massacre, they were comrades standing in the trenches. The body cultivators felt that they couldn't neglect the representatives of the spell sect who came to offer their condolences. Thus, the two body cultivators in the lead walked over and politely returned the greeting. Daoist Xia sighed. I've been friends with senior brother Bu Chu for a long time. I know that the March sect has extraordinary people with lofty ambitions. Unfortunately, fate didn't allow us to meet. Today, we're lucky to have parted ways. What a pity. Junior martial brother who expressed the same sentiments. Cleaving a mountain, one does not fear heights. Stepping into the sea, one only wishes to go deep. Senior martial brother Bu Chu was a hero of his generation, an upright hero, but he fell into the hands of a treacherous villain. What can he do? Senior brother Yu was filled with righteous indignation. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that although senior brother Bu Chu seemed to be at a disadvantage, he was actually very far-sighted. He had set up layers upon layers of arrangements for the final strike. It was all part of his strategy. But that swordsman, sigh. The three of them put on a show of mourning and didn't stay any longer. They sighed and turned around to leave, causing the two body cultivators to feel an unbearable itch in their hearts. The last supreme technique cultivator obviously had something to say, but he didn't say it clearly, causing the two of them to feel anxious and helpless. In terms of experience in dealing with swordsmen, none of the orthodoxies in the fifth ring world could compare to the Dharma lineage. This was especially true for the Wushang Three Pure Ones. They were insightful to begin with, had a deep foundation, and had countless battle records. Therefore, it was not surprising that they were able to discern something. The two body cultivators exchanged glances, already understanding each other's intentions. They came here with the three of them as the leaders. Two of them were deputy generals, while Bu Chu was the main general. In the end, their main general had passed away, and of the two deputy generals, one was defeated. The other didn't even fight. How were they going to explain this when they returned? Therefore, as long as there was still a chance to turn the tables, they couldn't miss it. The two of them followed. Senior martial brothers, may I have a word with you? The three old Dharma ruffians were shocked. They hurriedly said that they didn't dare to disturb the March sect's normal mourning ceremony. After several rejections, they reluctantly stopped in their tracks, as if they were drawing a clear line between themselves and the March sect's internal affairs. This made the two body cultivators even more anxious. The body cultivator who had failed asked, Senior martial brother you seem to have left something unsaid. May I know what senior martial brothers saw in the battle? Senior martial brother Bu Chu has passed away. We are eager for revenge, so we need to consider all the clues. Senior Marshal Brothers, please give us some pointers on the account that we share a common enemy. Senior Marshal Brother Yu shook his head like a rattle drum. He has passed away, so we should do our best for him. Forgive me for being blunt, but your minds are unstable now, and your breathing is unstable. This isn't a good time for revenge. Don't add new hatred to the old grudges before settling them. That would be a great sin. Junior Marshal Brother Hu patted his chest. As for revenge, you two fellow Taoists don't have to worry. Just wait and see. If it's fast, it'll take half a month, and if it's slow, it'll take more than a month. There will definitely be elites from our Dharma lineage here. That sword butcher won't be able to jump around for more than a few days. Let him be arrogant for a few more days. There will be a time when he'll be defeated. When that time comes, we'll come again to help fellow Daoist Bu Chu settle his soul. Daoist Shia also advised, body cultivators have already done what you should. Leave the rest to our Dharma lineage. As for the secrets during the battle, if we really reveal them, won't we be labeled as cowards? This matter concerns a cultivator's reputation, so we can't speak carelessly. The other body cultivator who didn't participate in the battle cried out in grief. Senior Marshal Brother Bu Chu and I were as close as brothers, and his kindness was as heavy as a mountain. This time, he died, but we don't even know the most basic details. How can we repay him before the incense sticks are burned? Fellow Taoists, even if you don't give us face, for Senior Brother's sake, could it be that you can't send him a message to calm his soul? Hearing the two mention the dead Bu Chu, the three old Dharma ruffians had no choice but to sigh deeply. Senior Marshal Brother Yu hesitated for a moment, as if there were countless struggles in his heart. Finally, he made up his mind. Fine. Since we're here to calm fellow Daoist Bu Chu's soul, then we'll make an analysis and judgment of the cause of fellow Daoist Bu Chu's defeat in the end. We can't guarantee that it'll be accurate. It's just 3 words. You don't have to take it too seriously. He paused, seemingly still in a difficult position. Finally, he said, fellow Daoist Bu Chu's plan was excellent. In the end, he succeeded in fixing the battle circle around him. But why didn't the final divine ability work? Instead, he was killed by the sword gourd. Our sects once studied Xuanyuan's internal and external sword techniques and happened to know of a secret technique in the external sword lineage. It's called the divine engulfing technique. It's a technique that can perish together with the enemy in a critical situation. Its specific effect is to convert all mental energy into a temporary mysterious slash through the divine engulfing technique. It's specifically used to kill mysterious people. This technique is most likely used by body cultivators like you. The might of this technique is unfathomable, but the price to pay is also huge. Because it's a technique of mutual destruction, regardless of the other effects, a cultivator's mental energy will be rapidly drained. He will temporarily become a half-cripple with only magic power and no mental energy. He will need to recover for a few hours to a few days before he can regain his mental energy. Therefore, it's a pity that fellow Daoist Bu Chu didn't make it through the final stage. If he wasn't in a hurry to kill the thief and took the initiative to defend himself, the swordsman would be nothing more than an inanimate object after that, a cultivator with only magic power and no mental energy. Apart from wielding a sword at close range, what other combat ability does he have? If his flying sword can't even reach 10 feet, what combat ability does he have? Chapter 455. The two body cultivators immediately understood the underlying meaning. In other words, even though this sword gourd was pretending to be calm, it was very likely that he was just a paper tiger pretending to scare people. If someone really challenged him, wouldn't he be exposed immediately? If the swordsman lost the support of his mental strength, it meant that he had no aim. It meant that he was just a live target. The three old Dharma ruffians saw that they had already achieved their goal. If they spoke too much, it would only increase the body cultivator's suspicions. They might as well stop before going too far and leave some leeway for their imagination to run wild. Thus, they floated away. Before they left, Senior Brother Yu reminded them, there are countless secret techniques in the cultivation world. Even in our own sect, We don't know how many secret techniques there are, not to mention us Dharma Meridian cultivators talking about the sword vein. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, we're just trying to comfort fellow Daoist BU. Whether it's accurate or not is just a thought. Don't take it seriously and blindly follow it. As the two body cultivators watched the Dharma cultivators leave, they felt as if their hearts were on fire. The body cultivator who had already fought before was still a little hesitant. Senior brother Chu Sheng, do you think they're telling the truth? Are they good or evil? Senior brother Chu Sheng narrowed his eyes. How can I be 100% sure about this? When body cultivators fight, I'll fight if I'm 30% sure. If I'm 50% sure, I won't back down. Then do you think that the swordsman, who isn't good at being mysterious, can escape unscathed by senior brother BU's mysterious technique? The body cultivator shook his head. No. I can't think of any normal way for a swordsman to avoid this. Not to mention a swordsman, even a Dharma cultivator with many tricks up his sleeve might not have this ability. Chu Sheng gritted his teeth and pointed at the top of the fish. Look at that swordsman. Ever since he stabbed his sword into the fish, he's been sitting cross-legged in concentration, keeping his sword in his case. But now, he's deliberately showing a flying sword above his head. What's the reason? The body cultivator seemed to understand. Senior brother, are you saying that he's trying to hide something? Usually, when he's full of energy, he hides his sword in his case. Now that he's exhausted, he shows it to the outside world. Is he trying to show the outside world that he's unharmed? The ferocious glint in Chu Sheng's eyes grew brighter and brighter. It was said that swordsmen were prone to gambling during battles, but Chu Sheng's physical cultivation was no weaker than theirs. In terms of opportunity and reward, it was worth it. Cowards can only struggle bitterly in their timidity, while those who achieve great things take large strides forward bravely. He believed that if he was able to overcome this barrier, then no matter if it was in terms of strength or Dao heart, he would be able to break through his current bottleneck. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The key point was that no one was competing with him. If you don't take what the heavens give you, you will be punished. Lu Xiaoyi was reflecting on the gains and losses of this battle. This was a good habit. Only by humbly summarizing experience and lessons could one continue to make progress on the path of cultivation. His battle with Bu Chu was undoubtedly very successful in the eyes of others, but he knew his own situation very well. Originally, he didn't need to put himself in an unknown danger. This was an unnecessary risk, and did not conform to the core nature of a swordsman's control over the course of a battle. What if his reaction was slower than his opponent's divine ability at the last moment? What if his opponent didn't want to use the growth of his Dharma form to decide the outcome, but used a more direct divine ability, such as that cross-twist? Would he still have time to finish unsheathing his chop luck and counterattack with his sword? At such a close distance, if Bu Chu didn't want to kill him and only wanted to injure him, then a simple cross-twist would be more direct, and his flying sword wouldn't have any space to block it. This time, his opponent made a mistake at the last moment, but you can't expect the next one to do the same. In the art of war, it was said that those who were good at fighting had no illustrious achievements. This was a true military master. In fact, it was very rare for a person to use methods that were outnumbered, outlandish, and outlandish. When you indulged in the thrill of turning the tables in a desperate situation, you had already gone astray, and in the end, you would lose your life on the wrong path. A true battle should be about using one's own strength, fair and square, and not giving the opponent any chance to defeat him. Controlling the entire battle in one's own hands, making the opponent move according to one's own rhythm, and not even giving the opponent a chance to use their ultimate skills, this was a true battle master. Specifically, in the battle just now, it should be about unleashing the full power of several flying swords, attacking wildly, forcing the opponent into a passive state where he constantly revealed his illusory form, and then using the chop luck attack. He hesitated, so he had no choice but to go all out. Originally, he didn't need to do this, and he even injured the Big Dipper sword spirit. In Bu Chu's last combination of illusory and reality, he accurately located Lu Xiaoyi by injuring his own Big Dipper sword spirit, even though Lu Xiaoyi had already used the heaven measuring sword ruler at that time. Because of the inseparable connection between him and the Big Dipper sword spirit, his position was tracked by a mysterious force. During this process, the Big Dipper sword spirit resisted and struggled, but after all, it was one of the last 2 sword spirits to appear among Lu Xiaoyi's 6 sword spirits, and its abilities were very limited. If it had been the 4 Seasons or Ju City, Bu Chu might not have been able to achieve his goal of mysterious positioning. Although the battle was short, it had taught Lu Xiaoyi a lot of things. For example, he couldn't relax when facing his opponent's pressure. For example, he couldn't fight his opponent to the end. For example, when using his flying sword, he had to be careful of his weak sword spirit being injured by his opponent. The Big Dipper flying sword floated above his head, and he didn't rush to put it back into the sword case to nurture it. Instead, he wanted to see if it still had the ability to fight when it was unsheathed. What he didn't expect was that his actions would actually cause some people to suspect that he was up to no good. A figure flew towards him, causing the spectators to cheer loudly. It was for unyielding. It was for the Tao. It was for fearlessness. I should be more determined, more confident. Lu Xiaoyi was still reflecting, seemingly indifferent to the opponent coming from afar. The ideal situation should be like this. Actually, I've already established a system, but I still have some misgivings about the top level of 5-ring foundation establishment. 3 flying swords flew out in succession. The 4 Seasons were in charge of clearing the path and attacking the defense. The Luck Cutter was in the middle, responsible for cutting off the mystery of the body cultivator's divine ability. The Ju City was in the back, as the final decisive force. The Luck Cutter sword spirit was very important in my system. In the future, I'll get a few more similar flying swords. There were too many indescribable things in the cultivation world, and the Luck Cutter couldn't cover everything. The 4 Seasons began their assault. The powerful penetrating force almost instantly crushed his rising confidence. He knew he had lost the bet. Should he leave in a hurry, or should he spill his blood? Actually, he didn't have a choice. At this distance, he couldn't outrun the flying swords. The 4 Seasons' first attack broke through his so-called indestructible body cultivator defense, and later on, it was a bit unclear which of the second and third flying swords contributed. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. His reflection was correct, but this time, he had used too much strength. Chapter 456. Fish Leaping Cliff fell into a momentary silence. It wasn't just the swordsman, but also the 1,000 or so people who were trying to stop him. However, because of Lu Xiaoyi's unyielding attitude, he successfully turned these people into bystanders. After the initial disagreement and presumptuous judgment, the spectators realized that they had to face reality. No matter what, this swordsman at least had the strength to stab a sword. His position on the leaderboard was well deserved. Among those with 5 rings, the number of people who could truly defeat this swordsman could be counted on one hand. Under such a premise of understanding, many of the delusional thoughts of looting a burning house and profiting from it were extinguished. Lu Xiaoyi began to look forward to it. When he first came here, he wished he didn't know about all the foundation establishment cultivators with 5 rings. But now, he was looking forward to the arrival of the strong. He finally understood the meaning of stabbing a sword. It wasn't for the so-called number 1, but for his own sword heart. Swordsmen could only grow in battle, especially when you didn't want to go with the flow. He needed a stage to meet all the heroes in the world. He needed countless sword-sharpening stones to polish himself. When he stepped on this stage, he was destined to advance on a path with no retreat. Fame didn't matter, but increasing his strength was inevitable. The most important thing was that he would comprehend his own things in the process, and these things were extremely important in the process of forming his gold core. This kind of experience couldn't be compared to 10 or 100 years of bitter seclusion. Growth was imperceptible. Several months later, the area around Fish Leaping Cliff began to be packed with people. The main forces of the busybodies began to arrive one after another. 1,000 years later, this place became a sea of joy for foundation establishment cultivators. The last time this kind of challenge happened was 1,000 years ago, but it was a short and comical farce. A cultivator stabbed a sword into Fish Leaping Cliff. By the time everyone arrived, He had already been killed at the top of the cliff. They didn't even know who killed him. It was a strong start but weak finish, a start but no end. This time, it was different. The strength of the swordsman had already been recognized by all the Foundation establishment cultivators. Those who didn't have any strength and rashly went up would be criticized for not knowing their own limit. The number of cultivators was already more than 10,000, and they were all gathered in groups. More than 1,000 swordsmen had come. This was already a large number. After all, to come here, one had to cross the Wolf Ridge alone. Without a certain level of cultivation, it was impossible to do so. In this aspect, no cultivator would bring their junior brothers and sisters here to gain experience, because there was a possibility of fighting. If you brought someone with a low level of cultivation here, they might die too. A tall banner was raised, and on it were a few big words written by the ignorant and incompetent Yang Bo my sword, therefore, I exist. The even larger group of magic cultivators on the opposite side also raised their banners. No heaven, no heaven. The body cultivators were unyielding to body to my body hides the mustard seed my heaven and earth the universe. Regardless of the final outcome, this was something that could not be taken lightly. The challenges to Lu Xiaoyi also began to get on track. They basically maintained the rhythm of one challenge every few days. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people, and under the fierce gazes of the large group of swordsmen, of course there was no possibility of continuous challenges. Under normal circumstances, resting for a few hours was the minimum. However, in order to show their noble character and unquestionable integrity, the cultivators who challenged him would control the rest time to within a day. This wasn't completely pretending to be noble. For most cultivators who had their own goals and their own pride, they weren't willing to take advantage of continuous battles for no reason. This was the self-cultivation of cultivators. After all, it was different from the Jianghu fights of the mortal world. The experts on the ranking list, the reclusive mutants, the stunning talents of the small sects, the self-conceited rogue cultivators, the demon cultivators with extraordinary talents, and so on. They were usually hidden in various places and didn't reveal themselves. Now, they all came out and treated the battle with the Shenyuan swordsman as a touchstone. In such frequent battles, Lu Xiaoyi also changed his vicious attacks and didn't hold back. He still didn't hold back in his first attack. If he still couldn't kill, he wouldn't seek to kill after getting injured. This was because he could sense that many of these people were truly here for a life and death battle. It didn't involve too much. He needed to leave a way out for others, and at the same time, leave some leeway for himself. If this kind of battle attracted new enemies for the sect, it wouldn't be appropriate. In these 5 years, the 33rd ranked Wanjing sect cultivator, Daoist Chenjin, and the 27th ranked Heaven Hook, set off a frenzy of challenges from the ranking list cultivators. In these 5 years, there were countless cultivators who went up. Almost half of the top 10 cultivators and below were defeated. Everyone finally realized a fact. Based on individual strength alone, this swordsman already had the ability to be in the top 3. If they didn't gather all their forces to target him, the success rate of this sword attack would be more than half. This was a slap to the face of the Dharma lineage. They could no longer sit back and do nothing. Under the circumstances where individual strength was useless, they began to seek the strength of a group. The enemies didn't rush up together. Cultivators weren't so shameless. Their so-called strength of a group referred to collecting all the personal information of the Candid Hawthorne, including his fighting style, interests, cultivation habits, and so on. They hoped to find a fatal weakness from it. For the cultivators of the sect who were preparing to challenge the sect, they opened up the inner treasury and released the restrictions on their usage. This included the very magical dimensional lowering spiritual weapon, to be able to share battle resources, information, tactical arrangements, and so on. They really took Lu Xiaoyi seriously. This wasn't against the rules. In fact, the 6 successful sword stabbers in history had all received similar treatment. Among them, the one who played the craziest was the sword Vane. Therefore, when one of their own stabbed a sword this time, and the Dharma lineage cultivators also treated him in the same way, they had nothing to say. If you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. However, such an organized attack required coordination and cooperation. There were even some who didn't care about this. In short, they needed time and communication. Then, at a certain time in the future, perhaps a year, or 2 or 3 years, they would suddenly launch a frenzy of attacks. Lu Xiaoyi had already received news of this from his companions in Shenyuan. He wasn't afraid. Instead, he was looking forward to it. The undercurrents were gathering, and strength was accumulating. This was just the calm before the storm. On this point, the thousands of swordsmen below the fish-leaping cliff couldn't help him. This was his battle alone. It was even difficult for the swordsmen to gather accurate information about the gathered cultivators. They were too spread out, and there were too many restrictions. Only at times like this could one see the deep foundation of the Dharma lineage in the fifth ring. This wasn't a battle between cultivators. Therefore, even some of the Dharma lineages who were on good terms with Shenyuan wouldn't help Shenyuan at this time. What they preferred was to shoot the bird that stood out first. As for Lu Xiaoyi, under the spotlight of the fifth ring, everyone could see through him. There wasn't a trace of secrecy. This was the price of standing in the limelight. Chapter 457. In fact, Lu Xiaoyi really didn't have the time to consider the possibility of an organized attack in the future. Even those mavericks were enough to make him suffer. Never underestimate others, and never think that the heavenly Tao was set up for you. When the heavens opened a door for you, it might also open a window for others. Just like this cultivator from a small sect in front of him. His sect was so small that Lu Xiaoyi had never heard of it, but his cultivation and strength were really impressive. One of Lu Xiaoyi's specialties was his long-range attacks. Because his flying sword had a spirit, his shooting range exceeded almost 99% of the cultivators. Coupled with his impressive starlight escape technique and his crazy sword control philosophy, many powerful opponents were crippled by him. They couldn't use their offensive abilities, but their defensive methods were useless. But the cultivator he met today was one of those rare exceptions. It turned his long-range attacks into short-range attacks. He went from not being able to fight back to not being able to do anything when others beat him up. This person's name was Kui Chu. His first special characteristic was the strange beast he was riding on. This was a rare Foundation establishment strange beast that had long gone extinct in the fifth ring. No one knew where this guy got it from, but just in terms of speed and agility, this strange beast's flying ability was far above that of humans. This was also a special characteristic of flying strange beast. Just this point alone made Lu Xiaoyi's sword control lose most of its effectiveness in front of him. He couldn't even run as fast as the strange beast, so what was there to control? As for whether this thing had any special magical powers, Lu Xiaoyi didn't know. But in his opinion, he had to plan and prepare for powerful magical powers. Kui Chu's second special characteristic was that he had a bow. Lu Xiaoyi also had a bow, but it was the treasure of the Qi cultivators on the mother planet. In his eyes, it was trash. It had always been on the shelf and rarely had anyone ask about it. In the cultivation world, there were 2 types of weapons that could improve a cultivator's combat ability in a certain aspect. One was amplification, and the other was range. As the name implied, amplification was to increase the power of a cultivator's spell techniques, while range amplification was to extend the effective range of a spell technique. However, everything had a fixed number. In the world of cultivation, there was also the principle of conservation of energy. If a cultivator improved in one aspect during battle, they would definitely be limited in another aspect. There was no exception. For example, the increase in speed and range. They could indeed improve a cultivator's ability to cast spells, but they did not include the mysterious things like intent, aura, spirit, and other mysterious things. They could only increase the basic power of a cultivator. This kind of artifact could be said to be a double-edged sword for cultivators. While improving their abilities, they would also lose a lot of things that were inconspicuous in the Foundation establishment stage, and that was the cultivator's constant exploration in mysterious direction. This was the reason why the big sects did not promote this kind of artifact. Because as the realm increased, the Tao state, mystery, and spirit would become more and more important. If you were always obsessed with things that increased your basic attributes, you would lose the fundamental perception of the Tao. You would gain instant benefits, but lose the future. This was a balance. How to improve one's current combat ability while taking into account one's own future development. This was the choice that every low-level cultivator would make. The disciples of the big sects would give up this short-sighted method under the guidance of their masters, but the small sects and individual cultivators would rely on it for survival. The environment was different, and the starting point was different, so the choice was different. Qichu's bow was a typical range amplification artifact. Its characteristics were that it had a long range of more than 10,000 feet and was very powerful. It used attribute arrows and could be automatically recovered. Of course, the recovery could not be like a flying sword that could be sent out at will. Instead, it was a process of scattering, changing direction, and finally returning to the cultivator's quiver. To Lu Xiaoyi, this was a brand new way of fighting, and he needed a brand new way to deal with it. After a few leaps, he realized that even with his current abnormal escape ability, he was still no match for that feathered beast. This was nothing to be ashamed of. Humans could not compete with birds in flying, fish in swimming, and pangolins in burrowing. At the very least, cultivators of lower realms could not compete with them. Unable to reach long range, and with his short legs, Lu Xiaoyi's only strategy was to stay as still as a mountain. He set his sights on his opponent's arrows. For every arrow released by Qichu, he would destroy it. He wanted to see if his opponent had more arrows, or if he had more transcendence energy. The attacks of the bow were divided into physical arrows and transcendence energy arrows. This was similar to the swordsman's internal and external swords. As long as the cultivator had enough transcendence energy, there would be an endless supply of transcendence energy arrows, but there was a limit to physical arrows, especially arrows like Qichu's. They had attribute bonuses, automatic recovery, precious materials, and complicated crafting. How many could he store? 100? 1,000? Although he was being rubbed against and enjoyed the invasion of different attributes, such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, and so on, Lu Xiaoyi had made up his mind to destroy the arrows. He would place the arrows within a range of 3,000 feet before attacking. Basically, he would be able to ensure that the arrows would not return. Apart from the unsightly scene, his response was flawless. Streams of light flashed in the sky, crisscrossing. Mother and child arrows, 3 talents arrows, 4 symbols arrows, all the way to 9 stars consecutive arrows. Each arrow had different attributes of the 5 elements, and they were combined and resonated with each other from afar. The power and variations of long-range archery were displayed to the fullest. He had fully demonstrated his extraordinary talent in the 5 elements art. With this skill, Qichu had never lost a battle. At most, he would run far away when he was no match for his opponent. He would always leave his opponent badly battered, unable to advance or retreat, and run for his life. It was just that he had always kept a low profile and rarely fought in public, so no one knew. But privately, he believed that he could actually enter the top 10 of the 5-ring foundation establishment ranking. Now that he was at the age where he should take another step forward, he wanted to truly understand what level his abilities belonged to among the 5-ring foundation establishment cultivators before he tried to break through to the Jindan realm. This was the best opportunity to prove himself, so he came. Just like in his previous battles, this infamous Shenyuan swordsman who had persisted for 5 years on the fish-leaping cliff had no choice but to yield to his attacks. He couldn't even fight back. But after a moment, he found himself in a dilemma. His problem was that although his arrows had a long range and had many variations, his arrows lacked the ability to determine the outcome of a battle with a single strike. If he encountered other cultivators, he could use the variations of his archery combination to make his opponent reveal flaws in their left and right attacks, and then find an opening to break through. But his current opponent was barbarically using a sword against an arrow. In the collision, the difference in strength between his arrows made him feel extremely aggrieved. He finally understood the difference between him and the top cultivators. An attack that had a long range but no strength was imperfect. His flaws were infinitely magnified by his opponent's correct response, and he was powerless to do anything about it. He didn't have a good solution. Chapter 458. Choo Choo still had many arrows. That was his secret. This bow and these arrows were all his fortuitous encounters. He did not waste too many resources to make them, but he knew that he should not continue. He had already achieved his goal, so he shouldn't continue to pester them. He had come here to test his own ability, not to drag others down. That was the resentment of the large sects, not something that cultivators from small sects like them should consider. Knowing when to stop was also a state of mind that not everyone could understand. Choo Choo put away the bow, bowed from afar, and left in a clean and efficient manner. Among the countless spectators below the fish-leaping cliff, some cheered, while others booed. It was a chaotic scene. Lu Xiaoyi smiled with satisfaction. He liked opponents who knew when to advance and when to retreat, but there weren't many people like this, especially those who had the goal of their sect, the intention of their power, or the responsibility of their orthodoxy. They made the battle between cultivators infinitely complicated, and also forced him to eat candid whores one by one. Why bother? Over the past 5 years, he had been honed by countless fifth-ring experts. Different orthodoxies, different tactics, and different styles had brought his flying sword system to a whole new level. In the beginning, he had favored sneak attacks the most, but now, he had countless combinations. He had truly experienced the joy of battle that was unique to sword cultivators. When he came out of the peacock plume space, he was very confident that he could defeat all the heroes in the world with his sword skills. But now, it seemed that he was a little arrogant. If the Dharma and body meridians had started to attack him from the start, he would not have been able to hold on. But now, these precious 5 years had taught him how to fight. In a situation where he was naturally good at sneak attacks, how to be upright and honorable. This was a huge improvement. It allowed him to learn how to fully display his strength in battle. This was something that could not be trained in the peacock plume space alone. Only now did he truly have the strength to fight like a fish leaping with a sword. In the southeastern region, next to the Wolf Ridge, there was a medium-sized sect called the Heron Sect. It had a long history, and it was one of the powers that had participated in the establishment of the 5 rings. If a medium-sized sect wanted to live comfortably in the southeastern region for a long time, it was extremely important to have a relationship with the region master. This was also the key to the survival of many small and medium-sized sects, just like Xuanyuan's position in the western region. The Green Heron sect's entrance was close to Wolf Ridge, and it wasn't far from Fishleap Cliff. It was a place that the cultivators of the southeastern region had to pass through on their way to Fishleap Cliff. Over the years, large groups of cultivators had passed through here, whistling through the air, and it had already become a normal occurrence in this area. However, as time passed, the number of spectators from the past few years had dwindled. Many of those that had rushed over now were experts that had ambitions and intended to display their abilities on Fishleap Cliff. 6 years had already passed, and the true experts were beginning to feel restless. In the dozens of recorded cases of sword stabbing in the Fishleap Cliff, more than half of the cases were experts biding their time, waiting for the sword stabber to make a fool of himself under the stragglers. One shouldn't underestimate these small sects that didn't belong to any organization. There were always people with amazing talents among them, and when they swarmed up, most of the sword stabbers who overestimated themselves wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Their weaknesses would always be grasped and pulled off the cliff. Therefore, there was actually no need to rush over as soon as they heard that there was a sword stabber at Fishleap Cliff. However, if the sword stabber could hold on for 5 or 6 years like Candid Hawthorne, it meant that their strength had already reached a considerable height. It would be very difficult for scattered attacks to succeed. At that time, an organized force would be required to begin a planned and layered interception. The experts ranked at the top of the 5 rings ranking list would also have to consider when they would arrive. Stabbing a sword was a challenge to the ranking list. It was a challenge to everyone on the ranking list and disregard them. Of course, those ranked outside the top 100 could ignore the matter as it didn't concern them, but those ranked at the top couldn't think like that. A true cultivator wouldn't refuse such a provocation. Therefore, in the first few years after Lu Xiaoyi's sword stabbing, there were many challenges to the top 100, but most of them were stragglers. Now was the time for the major powers to get serious, especially the law branch. It was impossible for them to tolerate a swordsman being so rampant. The Heron sect also had a foundation establishment cultivator ranked at the top of the ranking list. He was ranked 19th, Sandu, and was known for his comprehensive variety of spells. Although he was very close to Fish Leap Cliff, he was very good at manipulating his status. He had been quietly observing the situation until a certain supreme cultivator sent news. Only then did he begin to send talismans to invite people. In reality, he was just a puppet. These days, senior brothers from the southeast region who were close to the supreme cultivator began to gather in front of the Heron sect. Their purpose this time was to solve the problem. After them, there was no longer a barrier to the law branch. There were more than 10 people who came. They were the true elites. Among them, there were 2 experts ranked in the top 10. The 6th was Daoist Shongxin, and the 9th was Daoist Yang Fa from the Jiyuan Pavilion. The rest were basically all Foundation Establishment senior brothers from the major powers. Most of them were from the law branch, followed by a few body cultivators, and 1 or 2 unorthodox cultivators. These were all Wushang's closest allies in the southeast region. He wouldn't involve those who were far from him. Cultivators paid attention to moderation. Making a big fuss over a sword cultivator wouldn't sound good if word got out. Therefore, even if it was an organized effort to target Wushang, on the surface, the initiator would be Heron sect Sandu, but behind closed doors, the one in charge was still Daoist Shongxin. Thank you for waiting here. This humble Daoist is late and has delayed everyone's time. I'm really sorry. I hope everyone can forgive me. Shongxin was very polite. He came from a major sect and had outstanding strength. He was polite and elegant, but he wasn't overbearing. This was the temperament of a major sect. Everyone returned the greeting. A cultivator smiled and asked, "Senior brother Shongxin, didn't senior brother Ranxin come? Or is there something else?" In terms of territory, the southeast region was the largest among the 3 regions of the 5 rings. It was a rich land, unlike the bitter cold of the west region. Erhai's land was scattered all over the place and was very suitable for living. Therefore, it had the most sects and the biggest powers. In terms of population alone, the southeast region was close to the combined population of the west region and Erhai. Population was the cornerstone of cultivation. On the ranking list, 4 of the top 10 cultivators from the southeast region were from the southeast region. Other than the 6th, Shongxin, and the 9th, Yang Fa, there was actually the 2nd, Daoist Ranxin, and the 5th, Taizhen Danzi. These 2nd and 5th did not come, but the 6th and 9th came. This was very thought-provoking. Tai Immortal sect was a very unique sect. It was famous for its thunder techniques in the 5 rings. Its combat strength was very strong. In terms of attack speed, it was the only orthodoxy that could make the swordsman pale in comparison. It was very fierce. However, these thunder cultivators were also very noble. They belonged to the orthodox Daoist sect, but they maintained a kind of independent attitude. They rarely participated in the open and secret fights between the Dharma vein and the sword vein. They were friends with the Supreme 3 Pure Ones and Shenyuan. Therefore, it was expected that their senior brother Zhendanzi would not come. Thunder cultivators never felt that they were weaker than the swordsman. Therefore, they disdained this kind of organized attack. They would rather face the swordsman alone than lose their edge in front of others. Chapter 459. Shongxin smiled helplessly. "I've made a fool of myself in front of everyone." Senior brother didn't comment on the sect's instructions. He heard but didn't listen. He heard but didn't follow. He said that this was meddling in other people's business. Everyone laughed. They could understand. When a cultivator had his own achievements, he would actually dislike some of the sect's arrangements. To put it simply, if the sect's arrangements didn't match his Tao heart, he would have to make a choice. Burning Firewood thought highly of himself. He definitely wouldn't be willing to join their joint operation. It would be an insult to his own strength. Every ambitious cultivator would have such a thought, and this included them. If their opponent was someone else and not Bing Tanghulu who had proven her strength, they would have the same thought. Why should we join forces to deal with you? Do you deserve this treatment? Therefore, there would definitely be people who didn't follow the sect's wishes and would rather act alone. Burning firewood was like that, and so was Zhendanzi. This was the privilege of geniuses. Even the sect wasn't willing to force them. They also had such a privilege, but it depended on the opponent. When the opponent was strong and couldn't be underestimated, the so-called state of mind and the so-called privilege were actually meaningless. For example, they were sitting here today. In fact, they were silently admitting that their strength wasn't enough to defeat the arrogant swordsman. Actually, Zhongxin also didn't want to participate in this kind of alliance. He was ranked 6th, and naturally had his own pride. However, his senior martial brother Burning Incense was willful in the first place, and he, Zhongxin, could only bear the burden without complaint. He couldn't possibly not come for a cultivator with a high ranking, right? Who asked him to be less famous than senior brother, and his strength was also suppressed. It couldn't be helped. To be able to ignore the sect's wishes and make one's own decisions, one needed to have a strong heart as support. This was the freedom that the sects in the cultivation world had to give their cultivators. If there were people who chose to join forces, there would definitely be people who chose to act alone. Their goals were the same, but their methods were different. Zhongxin went straight to the point. Our plan is that on this day 1 year from now, all of you, the 3 pure ones from Erhai, and some Dharma cultivators from the western regions will challenge the sword stabber at the fish leaping cliff. We will challenge him once a day without giving him any time to rest. This is the agreed rhythm, and it won't be influenced by the result of the battle. So, it will be decided by me and the leading senior brother of the 3 Purities Temple. I hope that you won't refuse when the time comes. Our consideration is only from the perspective of actual combat. There's no difference between the better and the better. I hope that you can understand. It was an organized attack, not a group attack. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, even the 2 of them would be ridiculed. The pride of cultivators would not allow them to do so. Only within the scope of the one-on-one duel, and within the permitted frequency, could he overwhelm the opponent with his sword. Cultivators' battles were very fast, especially Foundation establishment cultivators. It was basically impossible for them to fight for a whole day. Moreover, there was a swordsman who was famous for his speed. Sufficient time had to be reserved for the recovery of Dharma power. If they only relied on Dharma power to exhaust the sword stabber, such a victory would be meaningless. On the contrary, it would be shameful. They were grinding the opponent's spirit. It wasn't to wither the swordsman's spirit, but to make him break down in frequent battles. It was more like destroying the opponent's willpower. Such a strategy had been tested in the fish leaping cliff in the past. Very few cultivators could persevere in such frequent battles, completely different fighting styles, and all kinds of changes in Dharma power. To cultivators, they would conserve their energy, cultivate their aura, and brew their emotions before a battle so that they could bring out their greatest potential in battle. This was a normal method of life and death battles. It allowed cultivators to maintain the greatest concentration and sharpest senses in battle. When battle became a common occurrence and became a daily routine, there would inevitably be a certain degree of dullness, recklessness, and relying on experience to act. This was the goal of an organized sniper attack. They wouldn't give the swordsman a chance to completely adjust his mentality. Zhongxin took out a jade slip and placed it on the table. From the day the swordsman stabbed his sword into the ground, all of our Dharma branches in the western regions began to investigate everything about him. As he became more and more stable in the fish leaping cliff, we also invested more and more forces. It can be said that at the Foundation establishment level, our spies are still very capable of spying. After 5 to 6 years, everything big and small about the swordsman was basically under our control. The only thing missing was his changes in the peacock plume in the past 50 years. Everyone, take a look. You can also know yourself and your enemy. Everyone looked at the jade slip one by one. The contents were very detailed. It was so detailed that it included what sword techniques this person had chosen from the bow tower. How many flying swords did he have? The entire Dharma system? His battle habits? It even included his performance in the internal and external battles in Shenyuan. There was a lot of information, big and small. Sandu was very surprised. 3 flying swords gave birth to sword spirits 60 years ago. What kind of freak is this? I was wondering how this person was able to suppress the internal sword in Shenyuan. This is something that has never happened in Shenyuan for tens of thousands of years. But now that 50 to 60 years have passed, it's impossible for this person to only have 3 sword spirits. Another one must have been born. I estimate that it should be around 5 or 6. Yang Fa nodded. Yes, junior brother's judgment is correct. In the past 6 years in Fish Leaping Cliff, he has used a total of 5 flying sword. Each of them should have a sword spirit. We can't rule out the possibility that he has a 6th sword spirit. Everyone was surprised and couldn't help but carefully calculate their chances of winning against this person in the future. To be honest, it was very difficult. Another cultivator said, "The Big Dipper star scripture? This person's Dharma technique is actually the star system of our orthodox Taoism? This is difficult. The star system is considered a top-notch Dharma technique in our Taoism. There are very few that can stand shoulder to shoulder with it, but senior brother Shongshin, you shouldn't be unfamiliar with the star system, right? From what I remember, your sect seems to have a technique that specifically targets star system techniques. Why don't you invite a senior brother who is proficient in this technique? I'm sure you'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort." Shongshin smiled and didn't hide anything. When it comes to the star system, among all the Dharma lineages in the 5 rings, the 3 pure ones are actually the ones that target it the most. I, Wushang, am proficient in the star system, but the 3 pure ones are diligently practicing the star system. Why do you think this is? Everyone laughed. This was an unavoidable scheming within the Dharma lineage. Just like how the 3 pure ones diligently practiced the star system, Wushang was also pondering over how to deal with the 1 qi into 3 pure ones. If this swordsman didn't practice the star system technique, but one of the 3 pure ones' basic techniques, then his best opponent would undoubtedly be Wushang. Targeting was omnipresent. If he didn't do this, how could he have survived for 10,000 years in this cruel cultivation world? Chapter 460. Sandu also had his doubts. Senior brother, there's a small problem with the jade slip. This swordsman actually fainted at blood. Is that even possible? How could a cultivator with such powerful mental strength have such a low-level weakness? Moreover, this person actually wanted to specialize in magical techniques when he first entered Shenyuan. Who is this person? Why is he so strange? Lu Xiaoyi's secret had been discovered after all. However, they weren't completely sure. Many sources of information had made their own judgments. When Lu Xiaoyi had first entered Shenyuan, he had admitted that he fainted at blood because he didn't want to learn swordsmanship. At the time, besides the 2 hall masters, several other foundation establishment cultivators had been busy with other matters. Originally, it was just a small joke among cultivators. However, when Lu Xiaoyi rose to prominence and began to set off a storm in the Dome, his past was put under a magnifying glass. His old grudges were dug up. That included the joke he had made back then, which everyone thought was a lie. Candid whores. Why did he have to lick candid whores? When cultivators had suspicions, their more meticulous thinking would often allow them to grasp the essence of the matter more easily than mortals. However, it was still a guess, so they just brushed it off. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows if we don't try? Although Shongshin played it down, no one was fooled by his indifference. When they looked at the skinny old man among the cultivators, they all understood what was going on. Those who could stand here were the elites of the elites. Most of them were the senior brothers of their respective sects. Most of them were in the top 100 of the 5th Ring's ranking list. There were a few who weren't in the ranking list, but they were the hidden powers of their sects. Their true strength wasn't weak at all. All of them had powerful backgrounds supporting them, except for this old man. He was from a small sect, the Red Sun sect, which was the most disliked heretical sect in the Fifth Ring. If it was the Red Sun sect, many people didn't know much about its origins. If it was the Blood River sect, then it would be a famous heretic art. The Red Sun sect was a descendant of the Blood River sect. They were the former rulers of the Sirius star system, but after they were chased away, they lost a lot of their inheritance and became nothing more than salted fish. There were many such inheritances in the Five Rings' 10,000 years of history, but most of them disappeared with the passage of time. Only a few managed to survive. First of all, they knew how to be patient, and second of all, Wushang had deliberately let them go. Lineages like the Crimson Sun sect would not dare to appear on the ranking list, for fear of being beaten up by others. However, that didn't mean that they were weak. Some of them were quite capable. Especially under such circumstances, inviting a cultivator from the Red Sun sect to participate in the plan was very meaningful. Swordsman was the bane of evil. However, the bane of evil was actually mutual. Therefore, it could be said that evil was also the bane of swordsman. In a place like the Five Rings where orthodox Taoism had absolute influence, evil was not a cornerstone, so it was very difficult for them to develop. However, their extremely unique skills were undeniable. In certain situations, they could often achieve miraculous result. For example, the Blood River sect couldn't taint the flying sword of a swordsman, but they could taint the physical sword of a swordsman to the greatest extent. Therefore, inviting a cultivator from the Red Sun sect could kill two birds with one stone. Not only could they taint the sword, but they could also test whether that guy was scared of blood. Unfortunately, the Red Sun sect was too weak, and the Foundation establishment cultivators in the sect were too weak. Apart from this skinny old man who stood out like a crane among chickens, there was no other Blood River cultivator with sufficient strength. Even if the Blood River had a miraculous effect on flying swords, the strength of a Blood River cultivator was also very important. If the gap between them was too great, then they would simply be sending themselves to death. It had to be said that Wushang was very well prepared. If it was like this in the southeast domain, then it would be even more so in Erhai. With the relationship between the Three Pure Ones and Shenyuan, how could they not do their best? The group of people spent their days in the Heron sect leisurely. Gradually, some cultivators left one after another. People like them would not gather together to go to Fish Leap. It was not in line with their status. Moreover, it was easy to see that they were working together. Some people were willing to experience their future opponents in advance. Some people were more used to going when the battle was about to begin. They did not want to mess up their state of mind and rhythm. Everyone had their own habits. However, in the past half a year, these people still stepped on the road of challenge. It was unknown how many of them who had sat here and talked arrogantly could still come back in one piece. The same situation happened in Erhai and the Western Domain. Those cultivators who did not want to see the sword vein dominate the scene, or rather, they did not want to see any other cultivator standing in this position except for themselves. This was the eternal rhythm of the cultivation world. Before you proved your strength, no one would truly submit to others. At the bottom of Fish Leaping Cliff, the swordsmen occupied a spot with the best view. They were ferocious and united because they were the main force. Xuanyuan's Guanghua, Yang Bo, Yang Cheng, second senior brother, and a group, Wei Sword Mountain's senior brother Fuxi, Lanchong and a few others, Firmament Sword Sect's senior brother Ting Tingfeng and a few others, were the leaders of the sword vein in the level of laying foundation. When they gathered together, they were not in a relaxed mood. Yang Bo was a little impatient. Recently, many experts from the Dharma and body veins came, but they did not immediately challenge us. I don't know what they are waiting for. Fuxi snorted. What else can they be waiting for? They are waiting for everyone to gather. Then they will start to snipe at a certain time. I guess not everyone is here yet, but there is not much time left. 4 of the top 10 on the ranking list have already arrived. Yang Bo was a little unwilling. Although he also knew that the actions of the cultivators from the Dharma, body and body veins were completely within the rules, he still wanted to do something. Senior brother, Wolf Ridge is so big and cultivators gather together. It is very easy for disputes to happen during the journey. If there is a dispute, it is very normal for 1 or 2 people to die, right? Guanghua understood what he meant and interrupted him. Don't mention it. Junior brother, I understand how you feel, but it is not appropriate to talk about it at this time. Since boss is here, he needs an unquestionable victory, not a shrunken version of a victory that is maligned by others, helped by others, and talked about by countless people. Our sword vein does not want such a bad reputation, and I think boss is even more unwilling. And to be honest, even if we really take action, how many people can we stop? Wolf Ridge is vast and there are countless paths. If we don't go, we won't be able to catch them, but if we go too many people, it will arouse suspicion. If we stop them too far away, we won't be able to find them, so we can only intercept them close by. Right now, there are tens of thousands of Foundation establishment cultivators here, and many of them are not helping either side. If we do something, we will immediately become the target of public criticism. Tingo also said, Junior brother Yang Bo, your thoughts stem from your distrust of boss's strength. It is completely unnecessary to worry about him. In the history of the 5 rings, there have been 5 successful sword stabs, 4 at the Dharma vein, and 1 at the body vein. At that time, my sword vein was also part of the group that attacked together. At that time, the Dharma vein also didn't interfere. If the Dharma vein can do it, why can't my sword vein do it? At the end of the day, this is boss's own path, his own stage, and he can only act it out by himself. We can't spoil his performance with good intentions. After this battle, if we succeed, boss will enter a new level of mental state. We can't cause him trouble. Chapter 461. Yang Bo was speechless. Of course, he understood these principles, but he felt aggrieved that he couldn't do anything about it while being schemed against by others. However, facing these schemes calmly was a part of the sword. If you want to be powerful in the 5th ring, you have to accept these. Yang Chen advised, if you have the time to grumble here, why don't you burn some incense and pray for the heavenly Tao's favor? Also, can you change the calligraphy that you ask someone to write for you? Why don't I read it in the same style? Yang Chen's advice made Yang Bo choke. He suddenly realized, when did he become the weakest of the 4 people in the Wolf's Ridge mission? Guang Bei's heroic spirit above, this was needless to say. With Cigarette Butt's current strength, no matter how thick-skinned he couldn't straighten his back. Yang Chen had always been unreasonable, but he couldn't do anything about it. He twisted his neck. What's there to change? My sword is still here. It sounds pretty good. As for burning incense for that kid, what are you thinking? I'll burn it after he dies. The community of Dharma veins was boundless. Those famous figures were always surrounded by large groups of fans. Of course, ordinary cultivators were unable to get close to them. Those who were able to get close were the elite disciples of the large sects, as well as cultivators who had failed in the past 6 or 7 years but were lucky enough to survive. They were brainstorming. Their own battle experience, judgment of the swordsman's methods, possible weaknesses, and so on, provided enough theoretical basis for future challenges. In a battle between cultivators, if they only knew a little about the opponent's strength, it would cause them to worry about their gains and losses. However, if they understood it to a certain depth and was very comprehensive, it would be of great help to the battle. The guest came from afar, striking between heaven and earth. The Tao of chess was born and died, returning to see the lotus. In the eyes of mortals, this was what a real cultivator was like. He had the aura of an immortal, wasn't calculative, and was in accordance with nature's Tao. This kind of thinking was wrong. Even a great cultivator who had reached a certain level could come and go with such confidence on the surface. It seemed unruly, but it was in accordance with the will of the heavens. For example, the choice of timing, the control of the environment, the cultivation of one's aura, the self-judgment of the Tao, and so on. There were many factors considered, but ordinary people couldn't see these things. Most people could only see the elegance of that strike, but they could not see through the countless preparations behind it. The true unruly and carefree attitude was when one stepped out of the toilet and saw one's enemy right after taking a dump. However, this kind of carefreeness was almost certain to result in failure. Cultivation is an extremely complicated process. It's impossible for a brainless person to walk through it. If even great cultivators were like this, there was no need to even mention these minor foundation establishment cultivators. It was just that the major cultivators could hide their preparations and schemes, appearing calm and indifferent to the outside world. However, the minor cultivators couldn't do the same. They had to grit their teeth and gather their strength. Their faces and ears turned red. Everything they did was on the surface. Because their realm wasn't high enough, they still couldn't touch the edge of the Tao realm. The appearance was different, but there was no difference in essence. This was cultivation. Of course, there were also those who turned a deaf ear to this. They only cared about themselves and didn't care about the outside world. This was another way. At the edge, far away from the core circle, there was also a small circle. There were only 4 or 5 cultivators. They were dressed in ordinary clothes and had ordinary cultivation. At first glance, one could tell that they were a small group of disciples from a small sect who had come together to watch the novelty and broaden their horizons. There were many such existences in the current fish-leaping cliff, accounting for almost half of the total number of people. They were not novelty at all. They were the real spectators who didn't even have the qualifications to participate. However, they were also different from other small groups. There was actually a young girl in the bud among the 5 people. There were countless cultivators at the foot of the fish-leaping cliff. There were men and women, old women, beauties, and young girls of all shapes and sizes, competing for beauty. However, this young girl was unique here because she was a chi cultivator. Nonsense. It's really nonsense. With your cultivation, you don't even have a Tao foundation. How dare you come here to join in the fun? Don't you know the dangers of the cultivation world? A skinny old man was trying his best to suppress his anger. He was here to make a contribution to the sect, but he didn't expect such a huge mistake to happen behind his back. He had gone through tens of thousands of foundation establishment cultivators on the Pingtian Plateau, but none of them had brought the old or the young. Even the junior brothers and sisters with weaker cultivation weren't brought along. However, his tiny Red Sun sect, which was the legacy of the lost clans of the former region, had brought along a chi cultivator who wasn't even a foundation establishment cultivator. How could he be at ease? The skinny old man was the eldest senior brother of the Red Sun sect who had gathered at the Heron Gate. This young girl was his only child. He had kept her in the sect and raised her. She was a little spoiled, but he didn't expect her to be so daring. However, the young girl didn't admit her mistake. She stubbornly said, "Father, you still know the danger. If you really know the danger, you shouldn't have come here. I'm indeed too weak to stand up to the wind here, but what about you? In front of those wolves, tigers, and leopards, what's the difference between us? I'm here to persuade you to go back. Our Red Sun sect doesn't need those empty titles. I just want to live a peaceful life. Mother, father, let's go back. This isn't a place we should be." The old man had mixed feelings. He didn't know how to answer his daughter's question. Was his daughter right? Of course she was right. A small non-mainstream force like the Red Sun sect shouldn't be involved in such a quarrel at all. Their shoulders were too narrow. They couldn't bear it at all. If they lost, they would most likely lose their lives. This was because of the viciousness of the swordsman's flying swords and the close-range nature of their blood river skill. If they won, they might bring disaster to the sect. How could a vengeful sect like the swordsman spare a small character like them? Shen Yuan didn't even need to do anything. The Firmament Sword sect in the southeast region could find a reason to wipe out the entire Red Sun sect. But how could he not come? The Supreme Being had personally called his name. He also knew that he was the only foundation establishment cultivator in the Red Sun sect who was presentable. How could he say no? Would the sect dare to refuse? If he refused now, in less than 100 years, the Red Sun sect would become history in the 5th ring. The best way was for him to die here. In this way, the Sword Vein wouldn't find trouble with the sect, and the Supreme Being wouldn't either. After all, he had already tried his best. So many geniuses couldn't win, let alone a small unorthodox practitioner like him. He only came because he hoped that his blood river skill would be able to perform miraculous deeds. But he couldn't tell this to his daughter. Xiaosu, you don't understand. Since you're here, it's not appropriate for you to go back now. It's better to wait for the fish leap contest. When there are more practitioners returning, it'll be safer. Xiaosu stared at him. Of course I won't go. Mother said that if you insist on not going back, I'll bring your corpse back. Chapter 462. The elder was dejected. He turned to the other junior brothers with an unhappy expression. What's wrong with all of you? You can't even keep an eye on a chi refinement warrior. The junior brothers knew that they were in the wrong. One of them explained, Senior brother Yapu, please don't be angry. We didn't have a choice. Who knew that Xiaofu would be so daring? She dared to ride the winged bird that you gave her and entered the wolf ridge alone. We chased after her the moment we found out. You also know that it's difficult for us to move around in the wolf ridge. That's why we didn't manage to catch up with her. Later on, we found out that Xiaofu was lucky. She met a few loyal people who were also heading to Fish Leap. They couldn't send her back and could only bring her forward. Later on, we chased her all the way to the Pingtian Plateau before we found her. Yapu was stunned. Then, he sighed. He had nothing better to do. Why did he get such a flying beast for his daughter? He brought this upon himself. He kept blaming himself, but he didn't expect his daughter to be so much stronger than him. Father, you can't possibly think that you can get over this just because you lost the battle and died. If that's your plan, then it will have a far-reaching impact on Hongyang. Will the sword vein forget about our participation? The Supreme will look down on us because of our incompetence. Because Hongyang has no value. Since you're here, then treat this as a personal challenge for cultivation. Give it your all and leave no room for negotiation. The future of the sect shouldn't be shouldered by you alone. We all have our own paths in the future, so who can decide whose path? Others may not know about your strength, but we do. You're not inferior to those so-called experts on the ranking board. Maybe you won because of your special technique. If that's the case, Xuanyuan's character is to admire the strong. The Supreme's style is to respect the forces with value. In the eyes of all the Foundation establishment cultivators in the Five Rings mainland, you're a hero. If that's the case, then maybe nothing will happen. Yapu couldn't help but laugh. This little fellow actually came to teach him how to adjust his Tao heart. But what he said seemed to make sense too. That's right. Since when had his Tao heart been influenced by countless helplessness? It was no longer as pure as when he first established his Tao foundation. Perhaps, this was a chance for him to change. As for victory or defeat, life or death, let it be. The storm was brewing, and the clouds were pressing down on the cliff. Even the slowest person could feel the oppressive and silent atmosphere at the foot of the fish-leaping cliff. This meant that the most challenging attack against the sword stabber was about to begin. The people from the southeast region had all arrived, and so had the people from Erhai. The people from the west region were the last to arrive, and they had the least number of people. However, they still held firm to their Tao hearts, and would not allow any cultivator to stand on their heads and shit on them, regardless of whether it was a swordsman or a Dharma cultivator. However, the sects that came from the western regions were all powerful sects, such as Jialan, Lingord Cave, Wanjing sect, and a few others. For the small and medium-sized sects that made a living in the western regions, they had to consider the living environment in the western regions in the future. The Shenyuan Sword School would not make it clear, nor would it issue a task for them, but the conscious behavior of those disciples in the Zhuji realm would make them suffer because of their lack of strength. If he wanted to cultivate purely, how could it be possible? In the sky above the flat heaven plateau, a rare gathering of clouds appeared. They were majestic and beautiful clouds of fire, covering the entire plateau. This was an unusual astronomical phenomenon that was extremely rare on the plateau. Both sides saw an opportunity in it. The Dharma lineage thought that this was a sign that the heavens were about to change. The sword vein thought that this was a sign that the sword vein was about to be established, and the heavens were helping them. This was the power of Taoism. No matter how one looked at it, It was fine. In these days, fewer and fewer people went up to challenge them. If they could feel this kind of pressure, why should they go up and embarrass themselves? Until one day, a figure leapt out from the crowd of Dharma lineage cultivators and headed towards the top of the cliff. His voice spread across the plateau. UGU of the Three Pure Ones has specially come to meet Brother Shenyuan. It has begun. UGU, ranked 10th on the ranking of 5 rings, just happened to be above Lu Xiaoyi. He was also the first expert that Lu Xiaoyi had met in the 7 years that he had been in UU who was ranked above him. This was the vanguard of the Dharma lineage's counterattack. Of course, it was impossible for them to send someone weak. This time, a total of 4 of the ranking of top 10 had come for this joint operation. 1 was from the southeast region, 1 was from the Jiyuan Pavilion, and 2 were from the Three Pure Ones from Erhai. Sending UGU as the vanguard was to tell the world about the strength of the Dharma lineage. Even if they were no match for them in the end, they would still fight until the heavens and earth were turned upside down. Lu Xiaoyi did not make a sound, but directly attacked with his sword. Thunder roared in the sky, accompanied by the flash of a flying sword. In the face of a true expert, Lu Xiaoyi did not hesitate to use his true abilities. The sword carried thunder? No, Lu Xiaoyi had never learned the thunderbolt sword technique. This attack of his had a name in swordsman's terminology. Sword Qi thunderous sound. It was not a flying sword that carried the power of thunder, but a sonic boom produced when the speed of a flying sword reached a certain limit. Using the scientific explanation from Lu Xiaoyi's previous world, it was the sonic boom produced when the speed of a flying sword exceeded the speed of sound. When a flying sword approached the speed of sound, there would be a strong resistance, causing the object to vibrate intensely and its speed to decrease. This phenomenon was commonly known as the sound barrier. When breaking through the sound barrier, due to the object itself compressing the air, it was unable to spread quickly. Gradually, the surface of the object facing the wind would accumulate and eventually form a shock wave. On the shock wave, the acoustic energy would be highly concentrated. When this energy reached people's ears, it would cause them to feel a short but extremely strong explosion, known as the sonic boom. In the cultivation world of swordsmen, this ability was known as the sword Qi thunderous sound. To put it simply, it was fast. When you heard the sound of thunder, the flying sword had already arrived before you. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. In the cultivation world, speed was also a decisive factor. It would catch you off guard, making it difficult to break through your defense, causing your soul to lose control and making mistakes. Among Lu Xiaoyi's 5 flying swords and 6 sword spirits, only the Four Seasons could do this. Because the Four Seasons sword spirit was the strongest, and because the Four Seasons itself was a speed-type flying sword, UGU was caught off guard. After preparing for so many years, it was unreasonable to be caught off guard. However, some habits of cultivators were deeply ingrained and could not be changed. For example, when he should fully activate his defense was a very important question. If he activated it too early, he would be putting it on himself from thousands of feet away. Whether it was in the eyes of himself or in the eyes of the spectators, he would be a coward. Why didn't he put on a turtle shell and carry a house over? He couldn't activate it too late, or he would be at a disadvantage. This was because in the 7 years of swordsman battles, the flying sword's range was between 6,000 and 7,000 feet. There was once an archer who attacked from thousands of feet away, and he could not retaliate. Based on this fact, UGU estimated that the swordsman's range was around 8,000 feet. It was impossible for it to exceed 9,000 feet. This was also the unanimous judgment of everyone. If all of this was true, he could still fully activate his defense from 5,000 to 6,000 feet away. This was because there would be a process for the flying sword to approach him. There would be a few breaths of time to react. Only by fully activating his defense during this time could he appear to be calm and composed. This was also a type of psychological warfare that he did not care about. However, when he went on stage today, his opponent had completely overturned his understanding. Chapter 463. P.S. I've been driven crazy by that old geezer these few days. I'm writing with all my might. Those who have tickets will give me a ticket. I'm waiting for a ticket to prolong my life. But this time, Lu Xiaoyi was attacking from 8,000 feet away. What was worse was that the speed of the sword was not just at the speed of sound. In a battle between cultivators, time was life. To a great cultivator, they were fighting for an instant. To a foundation establishment cultivator, they were fighting for a breath. If I'm a breath faster, and you're a breath slower, victory will be decided. Yu Gu's mistake was to consider the face of the three pure ones. He had to show his poise in front of tens of thousands of people. When he realized that his opponent's shooting range and speed were far beyond his imagination, this misjudgment caused him to lose at least 3 breaths of time to prepare. He needed 5 breaths to fully defend himself. In other words, his defense could not go up. He was faced with a choice that required him to make immediately. Should he charge forward while facing the flying sword, and try to perfect his defense while advancing? Or should he retreat out of the shooting range and strengthen his defense before coming in? Retreating would be safer. Because the distance between them had increased, he could still grab a breath, and his defense could be more or less completed. Furthermore, he did not have to worry about the swordsman's continuous attacks. But he would lose face. Charging forward would give him a lot of face. This was extremely important to a vanguard like him. If he was cowering in the vanguard, how could he raise the morale of the cultivators behind him? The key was that he had something to rely on. There were 2 reasons for his bravery. One was the high-level external puppet bestowed upon him by the sect. It could block 3 fatal attacks for him. Second, he judged that among the 5 flying swords of the Candid Hawthorn, only the 4 Seasons sword could reach the level of the Thunderous Sword aura. The others could not. This was the reason why his opponent only used 1 sword in his first attack. With the cultivation of a foundation establishment swordsman, he could only support 1 flying sword to produce the thunderous sound. Using 2 flying swords at the same time would consume too much of his magic power and spirit. For a swordsman who was an explosive profession, he could not withstand it. An outstanding cultivator not only had to assess the situation, but also had to have the courage to seek opportunities in the midst of danger. Seeing that his opponent's first strike contained the sword Qi Thunderous Roar, he thought that his other flying swords would also possess the sword Qi Thunderous Roar. This was a loss of intelligence, not the will of an expert. Therefore, at most, he would lose an external puppet, but it would boost his morale and help him get closer to his opponent. It was worth it. Yu Jiyu increased his speed to the maximum. At the same time, he tried his best to put up a defense on his body and activated his magical item. He hoped that he could defend against his opponent's attack that would change the weather without using the final move of his external puppet. Unfortunately, Lu Xiaoyi was fully focused on controlling the power of the 4 Seasons, so how could his incomplete defense withstand it? The 2 magic tools were knocked away, and his protective Qi shield was broken. The flying sword didn't slow down at all, and when it came into contact with his body, the sword Qi suddenly exploded. It was a gorgeous firework, and the intense explosion of spiritual vigor within it made Yu Gu's posture somewhat unstable. The explosion of spiritual vigor was the effect of his external puppet. Yu Jiyu wasn't hurt at all, but half of the defense circle around him had been destroyed. Apart from the 2 magic tools that could still be used, the rest of the defense spells, talismans, and his own Qi shield were all destroyed and needed to be restored. However, he was not afraid and continued to charge forward. As long as he could move another 1,000 feet forward, he would use the dimensionality reduction spiritual tool that was specially given by the sect to restrict the cultivation of the stars. This swordsman would no longer be arrogant. The 4 Seasons drew a beautiful arc in the air and slashed at him again. The second strike. Yu Jiyu smiled coldly. They had already studied the way this swordsman used his sword. It was always 1 sword that was strong and 1 sword that was weak. When it was strong, it was hard to resist, but when it was weak, it was ordinary. They judged that he was using some kind of unbalanced continuous attack, which weakened the power of 1 sword to strengthen the other sword. He was confident that his defense could withstand this strike. The Wu god gathered all the strength in his body and released a spiritual attack. Yu never thought that there were two sword spirits hidden in this flying sword. His opponent was still 7,000 feet away. He couldn't understand how the spiritual attack could be launched from such a distance. This was completely beyond the ability of a Foundation establishment cultivator, especially when it was so abundant and refined. It penetrated his brain and made him lose control of his magic tools in an instant. The Four Seasons power was indeed not there, but if it was only facing an old white sheep that had lost its defense, the second external puppet suddenly exploded. When Yu finally regained his senses and regained control of his body and magic tools, the devil-like flying sword arrogantly circled in the air again. The third strike, Sword Chi Thunder, another strong sword. Yugu's heart was broken. At such a close distance, he knew that he couldn't block it. He could only subconsciously control his two magic tools to meet it. He finally made a mistake. Since he couldn't block it, he should just not block it and let the last external puppet take care of it. He only needed to release as many defensive spells and magic tools as he could to prepare for the next flying sword attack. If he could do this and block part of the spiritual attack while being prepared, he still had a chance to block the fourth weak sword. This would be a turning point, but he didn't. Fear had already dominated his instincts. He futilely controlled his magic tools to meet it head-on. As expected, he was sent flying and temporarily lost control of his magic tools. When the flying sword fell, there was still a burst of spiritual vigor. At this point, the precious external puppet given by the sect was exhausted when it was still 7,000 feet away from the opponent. This was simply unimaginable. At this point, even if he wanted to run, how could he still have the chance? He could only watch as the flying sword made a sharp turn in the air and chopped down on his head. The fourth sword was an ordinary weak attack. As long as he could block it, or at least partially block the opponent's spiritual attack, the Wu God's spiritual attack came as expected. It was still sharp and aggressive, but once a cultivator was on guard against spiritual attacks, they could always find a suitable way to seal themselves. Yu came from the Three Pure Ones and had countless experience in this area. Under the seal, he was able to offset most of the spiritual attack. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. When he gathered his remaining strength to defend against the next flying sword, he was shocked to find that his external defense system was gone. His magic tools were sent flying. He didn't have time to cast his spells and talismans. He only had his weak body's aura shield. The flying sword fell, the sword's aura wreaked havoc. A red light suddenly appeared and the figure fell. Lu Xiaoyi didn't add another sword. He knew very well how heavy his own sword was. Some cultivators flew close to the ground to avoid causing misunderstandings. Usually, in this situation, in order to save people, the opponent would no longer chase after them. If they could save people, they would save them as soon as possible. Many cultivators in history were saved in this way. But this Candid Hawthorne was too ruthless. This time, the 7 Years Sword was stabbed. There were only two outcomes for the defeated cultivators. Either they were unharmed or they were dead. But after all, the Three Pure Ones' body techniques were extraordinary. Perhaps it was because the fourth sword was relatively weak, but even if the flying sword pierced through his body, Yu still managed to hold on until the moment he saw his senior and junior brothers. Even if the Three Pure Ones' supreme holy medicine was stuffed into his mouth, it only allowed him to hold on until he said the last sentence. I have to carry the shell up. Chapter 464. Yugu's last words were very moving. This was a lesson taught by blood. Even if they were very clear about the swordsman's heavy sword, they still did not have a thorough understanding of it. Therefore, Yugu's last words were to carry the shell on their backs. It meant that they did not have to care about their reputation, they had to add everything they could, even if they had to carry a house on their back. Wushang Shongxin, Three Pure Ones, Jiolan Mingdeng, and a few other senior brothers gathered together. Tomorrow at this time, they would send out the second cultivator to challenge, and they would maintain the maximum frequency of one cultivator per day. The second person had already been chosen, but the plan could not keep up with the changes. Yugu's performance was a blow to the challengers. At a distance of nearly 10,000 feet, he did not make a single move, and was on the defense the whole time. After he used up all the external puppets given by his sect, he was quickly killed. The whole process did not take more than 5 breaths, 4 swords. Actually, it was not impossible to say that it was only 1 sword. Under the ferocity of the swordsman, Ugu did not show the value of a powerhouse who was ranked 10th. Even if it was a Foundation establishment newbie who went up, with 3 external puppets, he should be able to hold on until the 4th sword, right? Psychologically, it would definitely have a huge impact on the challengers. The cultivators would think, if the 10th ranked 3 pure ones was in such a miserable state, then if I did not have a death substitute talisman, how many swords can I take? In fact, not everyone was as generous as the 3 pure ones. A portion of the cultivators who were preparing to challenge did not have any death substitute talisman. This was the problem of the sect's foundation. Sigh, if only there were a few more external puppets, maybe senior brother Ugu would be able to get over this, a big brother from a small sect side. He was just trying to find something to say to break the awkward atmosphere. At their level, how could they not know that this kind of foreign object that could be used as a scapegoat would do more harm than good to a cultivator with great ambition? For example, the swordsman who was standing on top of the fish leap peak definitely did not have one. This was the source of his strength. Similarly, as far as he knew, many real powerhouses might not have one. That was a kind of lack of confidence. How promising could he be if he placed all his hopes on a scapegoat? Was he going to rely on a scapegoat from the very beginning? The guardian of the 3 purities, the 3rd-ranked expert, could be said to be the person in charge of this alliance. Although it was a 3-way alliance on the surface, it still depended on the strength of the cultivators. Since the 2nd-ranked supreme burning incense wasn't coming, he deserved to be the one with the most authority. He shot a glance at the cultivator. Victory or defeat has nothing to do with how many death substitution talismans you bring. I had already warned you about this earlier, but unfortunately, some people didn't listen. If he did not have a single external weapon, would Ugu Shidi be so careless as to enter the sword range and be at a loss? The true use of the death substitution talisman was to have a talisman on one's body, but not in one's heart. Fighting in a state of mind without talismans was the true use of the death substitution talisman. Unfortunately for us Foundation establishment cultivators, if we had talismans on us, we would naturally take this aspect into consideration during battle. This is the Tao of death substitution. The body has the heart but the mind doesn't. I know that I can't achieve such a state of mind. I chose the lesser of 2 evils, so I didn't bring any external weapons. I have no right to ask others, but everyone must think clearly. Even if you bring 100 death substitution talismans, you will only die 100 more times in the hands of the swordsman. As far as I know, even burning incense doesn't bring such things. He won't even bring candid whores. To a powerhouse, if you don't bring it, you won't be killed. If you bring it, you will definitely be killed. Shoru's words were also used by this cultivator to remind everyone. In this alliance, due to the fact that the opponent was extremely strong, it would be difficult for anyone to survive. Therefore, everyone brought almost all of their belongings and trump cards, even including the treasures of their sect's inner treasury. It was all for an extra chance, an extra guarantee. The death substitution talisman was only one of them. However, one of the disadvantages of doing so was that one's mentality would be unbalanced. Relying on something that one wasn't familiar with would instead affect the cultivator's usual battle habits and style. It was hard to say whether it was good or bad. In any case, Ugu had suffered a huge setback because of this and lost his life. Before he died, he was still shouting about putting on a shell. Was that the problem of putting on a shell? However, this kind of thing wasn't easy to talk about. It involved everyone's ideals and couldn't be forced. He could only use this as a pretext to make a fuss. Very quickly, he turned to the main topic. For tomorrow's battle, it's no longer appropriate to follow the original plan. We need an opponent who can at least exchange blows with us, or someone who can protect himself even if he loses. Otherwise, if this goes on, he'll die if he goes up. How can there be any morale? Fellow junior brothers, do you have any recommendations? Shoru's words weren't just words to scare people. At least among the Dharma lineage group, a trace of fear had already begun to quietly spread. They believed that the Dharma lineage would definitely defeat the swordsman in the end. However, before that, they also firmly believed that they would have to pay a heavy price. Before the victory, it wasn't easy to be the paving stone for someone else without a bit of fearless dedication. Xiao Qiu held her father's hand tightly. Her heart kept sinking until there wasn't a single glimmer of hope left. Although she knew that her father's strength wasn't as simple as it appeared to be, there was always a limit. Compared to an elite Foundation establishment cultivator, there was no meaning in competing at all. She even suspected that her father wouldn't have the chance to drag his opponent into the river of blood. Although she was unusually intelligent, she couldn't help at all on this stage that didn't belong to her. She only hoped that her father's turn would last longer, just a little longer. Yapu held his daughter's hand. He had this daughter at an old age and usually doted on her like a treasure. Now that he thought about it, he had spoiled her a little. However, at this point, he didn't want to change anything. He could only cherish what he had. He said softly, "This Ugu died purely because of his arrogance. Don't worry, Xiao Qiu. I have a way to get close to that swordsman and drag him into the river of blood. Although I still don't have a big chance, I'm not completely powerless." Xiao Qiu suddenly had an idea. "Father, what if you can communicate with him during the battle? For example, set up a trap and let him injure you. Wouldn't you be able to preserve your life and protect your sect and family? I heard that the Shenyuan swordsman isn't an extremely evil person. They're usually lenient towards those who beg for mercy." Yapu looked at his daughter and stared seriously into her eyes. "Xiao Qiu, you haven't cultivated for long and haven't built your Tao foundation yet. Therefore, I don't blame you for saying such things. For mortals, there's a deity watching over them. For cultivators, the Tao of heaven hangs in the heart of every cultivator. It's real and can't be profaned. If I do that today, it's the same as cutting off my own Tao path. I won't have the slightest chance of improving myself. I'm almost 200 years old this year. How many more decades do I have? Therefore, don't say such things in the future. Don't even think about it. Since you've already started cultivating qi, you have to abandon these ideas." Yapu's heart was filled with grief. He wasn't afraid of death, especially when he was already in the Foundation establishment stage. However, he was really worried about his daughter. She was spoiled, willful, and extremely daring. Without him, would her mother be able to control her? Chapter 465. Unlike the heavy atmosphere in the Law Vein gathering grounds, the swordsman's territory was filled with cheers. It was too straightforward. They had truly unleashed the unparalleled offensive power of the swordsman to the extreme, especially the swordsman who made up the majority of the swordsmen. In the past few years, the fish-leaping cliff and the flat sky plateau had been the foundation of their glory. Every single swordsman was proud to be a witness to this scene. Of course, there were also their jealous cousins beside them. Lu Xiaoyi's performance in the battle was what every swordsman dreamed of. One hit, one kill, killing until you couldn't even retaliate. It was so depressing. But while it was satisfying, not many people could understand his swordsmanship. It was inexplicably heavy, inexplicably fast, and inexplicably stupid opponent. Of course, they couldn't tell that there were two sword spirits in the four seasons, so they were very confused about Yugu's response. How could these swordsmen and physique cultivators become stupid in front of their boss? There must be something wrong with the sword. Unfortunately, their boss was a man with a sword spirit, so they couldn't learn it. Now, in the sword vein, whether it was Shenyuan, Wei Sword Mountain, or Firmament Sword Sect, they all unanimously called Lu Xiaoyi their boss. The world of cultivation was a world where the strong were respected, especially in the orthodoxy of the sword range. Strength was almost the only standard. There was no need to consider age, seniority, or whether a person was noble or not. Being able to kill was the standard. Lu Xiaoyi had now killed his way out of the area and reached the stage of the fifth ring, where there were close to 1 million Foundation establishment cultivators. To be able to kill the 10th strongest cultivator in one strike, it was a bit of an understatement to say that he should be in the top 3. He deserved to be called their boss, which was intimate and natural. Most importantly, their boss's daoist name was too unpleasant. On the second day, Lu Xiaoyi found out that his opponent was a physique cultivator, Duan Baosha of the Skyrunning Fitness. To be chosen to challenge him after Yu Jiyu was killed, this person must have some special ability, right? He had a grudge against Tianxing Jian. He was the one who killed Tumu in the Peacock Palace. That would explain why Tianxing Jian dared to stand up for him. They needed a place to prove their strength, and Fish Leaping Cliff was just the right place. 1,000 feet away, Duan Baosha revealed his Dharma. However, this was not because he was timid, but because his offensive mystique could only be used in the Dharma state. His attire was very unique. There were a lot of things scattered around his body. It was unknown whether they were made of stones or animal bones, but they were almost all over his body. For example, there was a string of more than 100 stones around his neck. There were also stone bone chains around his wrists, and there were even more around his waist and ankles. They looked like shackles. These things did not disappear after he transformed into his Dharma form. Instead, they grew proportionally. Each of them was the size of a millstone. The entire Dharma form was like an ancient giant that was still in the era of slash-and-burn farming. His weapons were these bits and pieces hanging on his body. He took a stone ball and rubbed it in his hand. The stone ball had already grown from the size of a millstone to the size of a horse carriage. He raised it above his head and exhaled. This stone ball, which was huge for a normal person, flew out of his hand and was thrown towards Lu Xiaoyi. This was a very special mystique, called elephant toss. In the cultivation world, there were many earth-type spells like this. The most famous one was moving mountains. Moving a mountain to press down on the opponent. However, this kind of spell was rarely used in battle. The bigger the mountain, the slower it would be. To be pressed down by a mountain, how slow would this person be? However, Duan Baosha's mystique was not to press down, but to toss. In terms of speed, it could not compare to a flying sword, but in terms of power, it was quite shocking. The two of them were 1,000 feet apart. With the speed of the giant stone, it would take at least 10 breaths to reach Lu Xiaoyi. Therefore, the best way was to use speed to avoid these idiots. Lu Xiaoyi thought so. He used Star Escape and quickly made a large maneuver in the air. This was a test move. In the cultivation world, after a cultivator reached the Foundation establishment stage, their attacks were all locked on by their divine sense. Otherwise, they would not be able to hit anything. The key was the strength of the divine sense lock. If the divine sense was weak, he would have a way to interfere and escape. Relatively speaking, he did not need to use all his energy to escape. If the divine sense was strong or he had other tricks, he would need to use a comprehensive method to escape before the attack arrived. For example, while using mental interference, he would make a large change in direction. He would use the inertia from suddenly climbing, diving, circling, and changing directions to escape the opponent's non-area of effect single-target attacks. Just like the fighter jets in his previous life, when they finally got rid of missiles, bait, change directions, environment, courage. These things were useless when the target was far away. They had to be close to the target to make the final gamble. The giant stone was still a dozen breaths away from him. He did not need to move so quickly. The reason he did this was because he wanted to see how strong this body cultivator's control over the giant stone was, and what method he used. The answer was the worst. It was not a divine sense lock. It was a mysterious lock. In his armory, he had the Severing Luck sword, but the problem was that he could not reach it at the current distance of 3,000 feet. The shortcoming of the Severing Luck sword was that it could only attack the opponent's body. It was ineffective against the opponent's tools. This was because tools like flying swords and giant stones were not part of the Heavenly Fate sword. This result meant that he would always be locked on. Even if his spiritual power was strong, he would be helpless. But he still had other methods. Intercepting with flying swords. The Four Seasons sword came out of the box. Speed-type flying swords were not only the best offensive weapons, but also the best defensive weapons. Because they were fast and flexible enough, they could be intercepted from a longer distance. It was necessary to increase the proportion of speed-type flying swords in the future. This was a story for later. Although the Four Seasons sword moved later, it still blocked the giant stone from far away on the body cultivator's side. That giant stone was very strange. It was not a natural object, but a product of the body cultivator's unique method. He needed to figure out the hardness and toughness of this object, and whether it had any attribute. This was battle. Against an unfamiliar enemy, unfamiliar methods, and no knowledge to rely on. Even if the Thousand Virtues Peaks Bo Ao Pavilion had an introduction, he still needed to test it out with his sword. Paper was shallow, and he still needed to fight. If he could change the legacy of the external sword sect that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, why couldn't others? Modifying one's martial arts to suit oneself was something that every cultivator with strength did. The Four Seasons sword accurately cut through the giant stone. The sharp sword Chi was invincible, and the body cultivator's giant stone was neatly cut into two pieces. Lu Xiaoyi's expression did not change, but this sword was both good and bad for him. The good thing was that the stone was just a normal stone that was slightly harder, and it had not been strengthened by any special methods. For example, special stone materials, or the formation arrays within the giant stone. The worrisome thing was that although the boulder was cut in half, its movement was not affected at all. This meant that because of him, the boulder that was attacking him had been split into two. It was just that the size of the boulder was slightly smaller. Chapter 466. This was the difference between throwing a mountain and throwing a weapon. Regardless of whether it was a flying sword or any other weapon that could be controlled, because of the limited quality, after being hit by Lu Xiaoyi's flying sword like this, it would definitely be knocked away, scattered, or even destroyed. But for something as large and heavy as a mountain or a huge rock, it would not be able to achieve such an effect. They had purposely made the mountain rock as hard as it was now. It was harder than a normal mountain rock, but it was far from being indestructible like a cultivator's weapon. The goal was to make it easy for you to cut it open, but after cutting it open, it would be useless. If it was really a mountain that was thrown over, it would be unstoppable for the swordsman. Of course, a foundation establishment cultivator would not be able to lift a mountain either. This was also a way of fighting. Just as Lu Xiaoyi's Four Seasons sword hit the huge rock, the distant Duan Baosha exhaled loudly and threw out the second rock with his huge Dharma idol. Obviously, this was a type of chain technique. Although it was not as fast as the inner sword technique, it was not as fast as the 9 stars in one throw like an archer, but its strength lay in the fact that it was very big, so big that it could not be easily destroyed. Blocking it once was useless, but if it was blocked a few times, the next rock would follow, and sooner or later it would cause the opponent to be flustered. Lu Xiaoyi was not anxious. This kind of attack was indeed very novel, but how could there be a perfect attack in the cultivation world? The weakness of throwing rocks was also very obvious. First, it was slow, and second, the power was not concentrated enough. Being slow meant that the opponent had enough time to react, and the power was not concentrated enough meant that it would be difficult to cause fatal damage to the cultivator. Under the same power, was it the sharp flying sword that was harder to defend? Or the entire rock surface? It was also during his experiment that he keenly saw the opponent's plan. Rather than saying that the cultivator was competing with him for victory, it was better to say that he was stalling for time and progress to regain his face. This kind of fighting style would send out a message to everyone. Look, this swordsman was not that invincible. He could not insta-kill everyone. There would still be opponents who could suppress him to the point that he could not retaliate. This was the purpose of building confidence. He just wanted to offset the huge impact he had on the others in the first round. The Four Seasons sword Chi spiraled down and intercepted the attack once again. However, this time, it did not merely cut through the rock. Instead, it pierced through the rock as if it was a human body. Sword Chi erupted from the rock, shattering it into countless pieces. This time, The threat was truly gone. Gravel began to fall to the ground, as if it was raining stones in a small area. Lu Xiaoyi's conclusion was that interceptions had to be shattered in order to form a complete defense. However, this kind of defense also meant that he had to expend a certain amount of mana every time he shattered it. He looked a bit like that beast-riding archer from a few years ago. If it was a few years ago, there was a high probability that he would use the same strategy as he used against the archer. That time, he would destroy his arrows. This time, he would destroy his boulder. Just by looking at his neck and waist, there was definitely a limit. A foundation establishment cultivator could not create rocks out of thin air using the 5 elements. Therefore, if this dragged on, the body cultivator would end up like the archer and retreat in defeat. However, the difference was that the archer wanted to prove his strength, while the body cultivator wanted to save the confidence of the challengers. If he allowed the body cultivator to throw rocks to suppress him for a period of time before retreating, he would have achieved his goal. After so many years of fighting, Lu Xiaoyi was no longer that lazy fellow who only moved when others poked him. Whatever the enemy wants, I must attack. His way of thinking was slowly changing into that of a real swordsman. Although it came a little late, it was still a start. The Dharma and body meridians wanted to regain their momentum, so he must not let them do as they wish. The essence of the cultivation world was to fight. How could there be such a thing as giving up so easily? His body no longer swayed left and right. Instead, he walked in a straight line straight towards the body cultivator. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as if he was smashing his head into a boulder. The boulder targeted him and locked onto him firmly. Just before the man and the boulder collided, Zhu Cheng shot out and cut the second boulder in two. Lu Xiaoyi narrowly passed through the 2 boulders and headed straight for the body cultivator. 4 Seasons opened up a path a few hundred feet in front, while Zhu Cheng cut the boulder from behind. In just a moment, the distance between the two had closed to a few hundred feet. It seemed that after another 2 boulders, Lu Xiaoyi would be able to enter the attack range of the flying sword. If he really attacked with his sword, how would his opponent have the chance to throw rocks? Duan Baoshe saw the changes in the scene more clearly than anyone else. The Dharma power of a body cultivator had a qualitative increase in physical defense, but in terms of speed and agility, it had a qualitative decrease. How could a Dharma power that was over 100 feet tall be able to move as freely as it normally would? If he wanted to run fast and maintain the distance between them, he would have to return to normal. But if he returned to normal, he would not be able to throw the boulder that could only be thrown in the Dharma power state. This was a difficult choice to make. It was contradictory. It was either one or the other. But how could he be an easy person to be chosen to carry out such a difficult task? He had another theurgy, force repulsion. The theurgy of a body cultivator was different from the spell system of a spell cultivator and the sword system of a swordsman. Their comprehension was based on a certain degree of chance. It was not like a spell cultivator or a body cultivator who could choose their own technique system based on their own will. But the advantage was that the theurgy was powerful and could be learned quickly. It could quickly form a fighting ability. It was still a balance. For a body cultivator, comprehending useless or non-combat theurgies was very awkward. Even if they were all useful theurgies, if they could not complement each other, they would either be repetitive or not compatible. This would affect the body cultivator's fighting ability, so the fighting ability of a body cultivator was not determined by the number of theurgies they could comprehend, but whether the theurgies they comprehended could complement each other effectively. Just like Tumu and Bu Chu in the past, they were not famous for having many theurgies, but because their theurgies could form a system. Duan Baoshe's ability might not be above Tumu and Bu Chu's. In some aspects, he was slightly inferior. But the combination of his 2 theurgies was a standard long-range attack. It was very rare. Specifically, when he used the elephant tossing theurgy and force repulsion theurgy at the same time, the strong reaction force of the boulder would give him a strong energy. It would allow him to gain an instant of acceleration in the opposite direction from where the boulder was thrown. This perfectly solved the weakness of the Dharma power's slow movement. With the ability to throw boulders while retreating quickly, it would be extremely difficult for others to get close to him. It was very strange for a body cultivator to use long-range attacks. But this was nothing. There were all kinds of strange things in the cultivation world. There were even spell cultivators who liked to get close. Lu Xiaoyi closed in decisively, but forced a body cultivator to use another theurgy. Just as he closed in to 8,000 feet, he was instantly thrown back 1,000 feet. Duan Baosha's miraculous stone-tossing ability made the crowd of cultivators below cheer. To be able to use the combination of two theurgies to such a level was amazing. Many people were thinking, if they were the ones going up, would they be beaten up without being able to retaliate? Chapter 467. It was a little unexpected, but the current Lu Xiaoyi would not give up so easily like before. He was only using the heaven measuring sword ruler now, he had not even used it yet. On the cliff of fish leaping, there was a limit to the range. He could not possibly jump out of the flat sky plateau, right? Without hesitation, Zhu Cheng cleaved another huge rock in front of him and passed through it. He was already familiar with this kind of stimulation, so he could do it with ease. He did not have to worry about the huge rocks behind him chasing him. This was the difference between throwing rocks and flying swords. It took too much effort for rocks to turn around, so it was not as easy as flying swords. In fact, Duan Baosha did not even want to control the rocks to smash back. It was impossible. At this moment, the body cultivator was 3,000 feet in front of Lu Xiaoyi, the Four Seasons were 6,000 feet in front of Lu Xiaoyi, and Zhu Cheng was 4,000 feet in front of him. As long as he could establish a connection with the Four Seasons with the heaven measuring sword ruler, he was confident that he could immediately move 5,000 feet forward and bring the body cultivator into his attack range. A swordsman needed to be decisive. He could not be overcautious and worried about his gains and losses. Lu Xiaoyi made a sword sign and connected with the mysterious space. His body disappeared on the spot. The heaven measuring sword ruler and shadow sword possession were both Shenyuan swordsmen's close combat skills. Similar skills existed in every orthodoxy, and they were all similar. They were the most basic uses of spatial skills at the foundation establishment level. They were the most basic uses. The distance was short, and there was an interval between uses. This was the consequence of not understanding the logic. This also meant that one had to be extra careful when using them. If one fell into the opponent's trap, the consequences would be unimaginable. One had to be especially careful of where one would appear after using the close combat skill. One must not let the opponent predict it in advance. However, Lu Xiaoyi's heaven measuring sword ruler could appear at any point within 6,000 feet between him and the Four Seasons. It was impossible to accurately predict it without a deep understanding of spatial skills. And in the foundation establishment level, one did not have the foundation to do so. Body cultivators were very sensitive to mysteries, because their divine ability was a kind of mystery. Before Lu Xiaoyi completely disappeared, Duan Baosha felt this change and finally smiled. Everyone thought that he was just a passerby who came to rebuild the morale of the cultivators. The best result would be to survive in defeat. His ranking on the ranking list was not high, and his strength was indeed inferior to those famous cultivators. However, this did not mean that he was willing to be an idle fish. He was also someone with aspirations and ambitions. He had stayed here for 6 years. Ever since he heard about the sugar-coated whores, he had rushed over. It was not because he had a deep relationship with Tamu, nor was it because he took the honor of the sect as his own responsibility. He was just doing it for himself. Who didn't do it for themselves? Including this sugar-coated whore with a sword. Was it for Shenyuan? Does Shenyuan lack this little bit of reputation? He just wanted to use this opportunity to train himself, sharpen his swordsmanship, and clarify his state of mind. In the end, he was preparing himself for the upper realm Jindan. Who didn't know? He also wanted to reach the upper realm of Jindan. He also lacked such a life and death experience. Who was the sword? Who was the rock? Who was the grinder? Who could say clearly until the very end? He had observed this swordsman for 6 years, and did not miss any of his battles. This included his habits, style, and preferences. He was dismayed to find that this swordsman was still improving, as if he was born to fight. However, he still did not give up. He knew that opportunities only favored those who did not give up. He persevered only because his battle characteristics really restrained this swordsman. However, this restraint was not enough to defeat his opponent. His attack range was longer than the swordsman's, and at the same time, his body could move in an instant under the Dharma form. These were all his advantages. His only disadvantage was that his rock could not kill. He still lacked a method to determine the outcome of a battle. However, such a method could not be trained in a short period of time. Moreover, he did not even have a direction. However, he was still waiting. He waited until the three Pure Ones temple and the other core powers of the law lineage came together. He waited until the three Pure Ones Ugu made a fool of himself, and the law lineage had no one else to send. It seemed that other than a few leaders, the rest did not have enough confidence. He could not possibly be forced into a corner right at the beginning of his plan, right? At this time, he felt that his chance had come, and stood up. He only had one request. He wanted to borrow the Supreme Dimensional Reduction Bell of Disorder. Tian Xingjian was from the southeast region, and had a good relationship with Supreme. Tian Xingjian needed Supreme's power to maintain the sect's survival, and Supreme also needed a strong body lineage to consolidate his rule in the southeast region. Therefore, as one of the most outstanding Foundation establishment disciples of Tian Xingjian, he had some understanding of Supreme's treasures, including this Bell of Disorder. The Bell of Disorder's function was to create chaos in space. It did not need to pinpoint the opponent's position, and only needed to pinpoint the opponent's direction of teleportation. The most tempting thing was that this item did not need to be refined. It was a one-time use item that everyone could use. This was due to the restrictions placed on spiritual weapons by the Great Tao after the dimension reduction. To him, the Bell of Disorder's function and his two divine abilities were a perfect match. Even supreme cultivators might not be able to utilize this item better than him. He could attack from afar. He could also prevent the swordsman from catching up to him. If he could not catch up, he would take the risk of using close-range techniques. Furthermore, he was very sensitive to mysteries, and could choose the best time to attack. When he told him his plan, Shang Xingjian thought about it carefully. In the end, he still showed the magnanimity of a cultivator from a large sect, and handed the only Bell of Disorder in the sect to him. This was not Dafa's decision, but a decision made after careful consideration. If he were to use this item, he did not have the confidence to force the swordsman to close in on him. This was not a spell cultivator's specialty in battle. In terms of mysteries, the swordsman was indeed not as good as a body cultivator. It was difficult for him to grasp the timing, and a single mistake could mess up his state of mind. Most importantly, Xin Ryu, the three Pure Ones, had an influence on him. A truly powerful cultivator should be confident in what he had learned and should not place his hopes on the items that he occasionally obtained. After the first and second time, he would become addicted to the strange and powerful items and become dependent on them. That was not a good sign at all. He had even given up on the death substitute talisman, so why should he place so much importance on this item? It would definitely affect his state of mind. Duan Baosha's wish came true. The entire battle had gone according to his plan. Just as he had expected, the swordsman stepped forward brazenly and began to hack at the rocks. When he revealed his Dharma form's ability to move, he finally couldn't help but use his close combat skills. The direction was clear. It was the connection between the swordsman and his furthest flying sword. There was no mistake. He would try his best to get as close to him as possible. The timing was perfect. With his sensitivity to mysteries, he perfectly activated the Bell of Disorder just as his opponent was about to disappear from his original spot. The Bell of Disorder lived up to its name. Waves of incomprehensible vibrations spread out. Duan Baosha could see that something was about to break out from the connection between the Four Seasons and the swordsman's original position. That was a sign that the swordsman's body was temporarily trapped in a mysterious space. What he needed to do was to throw a stone at the protrusion. Chapter 468. Duan Baosha reacted quickly. He knew that the clock of disorder couldn't trap a living person there forever. Thus, he threw the boulder in his hand the moment he found the spot. It was also at this moment that another sharpness suddenly approached him. At the same time, he sensed that the swordsman was already 6,000 feet away from him. 6,000 feet, he was already within the range of the flying sword. The city wall whistled through the air. Duan Baosh's heart sank. Regardless of whether he had the time to throw the boulder again, the force transfer wasn't enough for him to escape from the swordsman's attack rain. Furthermore, he couldn't throw boulders as frequently as the inner sword. Most importantly, he didn't have any defensive abilities. This was why he was ranked behind Bu Chu and Tumu in terms of strength. Apart from the Dharma idol, he didn't have any more reliable defensive abilities. Turn around and run. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of tens of thousands of people. In that instant, the ferocity of a body cultivator was fully displayed. It's just death from Tao exhaustion. Every cultivator would have such a day. I'll go first and wait for you to come. Duan Baosh's Dharma idol grew again. He no longer used the force transfer technique to escape backwards. Instead, he used all his strength to throw the largest boulder hanging from his waist. The Dharma idol roared, as if it was expressing its dissatisfaction to the heavens. The thunderous sound waves spread across the entire plateau. This was the end of a body cultivator's life. It was sad to see it end like this. It was only at this very last moment that he understood the meaning behind the words of the Guardian of the Three Pure Ones regarding the external world. External items could be helpful. But in front of a true expert, external items were poison. If he didn't have the clock of disorder, he wouldn't have gambled on his opponent's close combat skills. With his own skills, he wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. He would have admitted defeat after his long-range attacks were ineffective. Who could win forever? Even if the swordsman used close combat skills, he could have escaped without the clock of disorder. At the very least, he could have escaped the range of the fish-leaping cliff. Unfortunately, it was too late. The mistake had been made. That supreme Shang-Xin, after hesitating for a while, still decided to lend the chaotic sequence bell to him. It was probably because he had thought this through. No one else was to blame. He could only blame himself. His Tao heart was not firm enough, he was not confident enough, and he thought too much, but all of these were not within the scope of his ability. Trying to take advantage of the situation, taking a shortcut on the main road, this was the result. The progress of the battle would not be stopped because of his deep reflection, especially for a cold swordsman. Ju City instantly slashed into the enormous Dharma idol. Frenzied sword energy crazily darted about in all directions within the Dharma idol, closely followed by the Four Seasons. And that enormous boulder that the body cultivator had tossed out at the end was also twisted into a rain of rocks under the joint efforts of Big Dipper and Hidden Fragrant. In the eyes of the tens of thousands of Foundation establishment cultivators, the body cultivator had been suppressing the swordsman the entire time. When the swordsman began to counterattack, everything was over. It was an unstoppable attack. Only a very small number of the calmest people noticed the object that had fallen out of the mysterious spatial passageway after being struck by the body cultivator's stone. It was a ragdoll doll, life-sized and lifelike. One of its arms was broken, one of its legs was twisted at a strange angle, and there was a bright vermilion dot on its forehead. What made people's hair stand on end was that its body was still inexplicably twitching. Then, a faint light rushed out from the ragdoll doll's body, and that strange object stopped twisting. The nature of the faint light was not unfamiliar to them. It was the reflection of a flying sword. Lu Xiaoyi's figure turned, and he had already returned to the top of Fish Leaping Cliff, taking care of himself. The battle just now wasn't tiring for him, and the consumption of his magic power and spirit was very limited. However, in terms of battle wits, he had used some schemes. In a swordsman's battle, insight was the most important thing. You couldn't just counter whatever move the opponent used. If you were so passive, it would be very easy to fall into the opponent's trap. Did he need to find out what was hidden under the opponent's superficial moves? What was his goal? Was it merely to hit someone from a distance and then run away to provoke them? Cultivators who had reached this position all had their own pursuits and firm Dao hearts. He didn't think that there would be anyone who would be willing to take on such a transitional role. There must be a hidden layout. His only weakness was in the process of approaching the opponent. Under normal circumstances, with the flying sword in hand, he didn't have any obvious weaknesses to take advantage of. Therefore, he played a trick on the sky-measuring sword ruler that he had figured out in the space of the peacock plume. He used both swords at the same time. The Four Seasons was the closest to the opponent, which was also the target that the opponent thought he would use to get close to the opponent. The Jew city was further away. Since he wanted to get close to the opponent, of course he would choose the furthest Four Seasons. In this way, he could teleport the furthest and get closer to the body cultivator. However, his real body chose the Jew city, which was unusual. After getting close to the opponent, it didn't make much of a difference whether he was 4,000 feet or 6,000 feet away from the opponent. As long as he could reach the body cultivator, Lu Xiaoyi stuffed a bait into the sky-measuring sword ruler of the Four Seasons, a human-shaped ragdoll doll. This doll didn't belong to him, but was bought by Smoky Puppet in Shengxian City during the wedding banquet. It was hard to imagine that an iron-blooded swordsman like Smoky Puppet would like such a thing. However, everyone had their own hobbies. Who could say for sure? The ragdoll doll in Shengxian City was very famous in the western region. It was well made and lifelike. However, it was a little big. Smoky Puppet's storage ring couldn't fit too many things into it, so she stuffed it into Lu Xiaoyi's hands. As a result, both of them forgot about this little thing when they returned to the dome. There was a bit of evil in it, but the key was that it was more realistic. The activation of the sky-measuring sword ruler required the target to have a soul, so he stuffed the chopper luck sword into it and let it play the role of a ragdoll. To be honest, it played the role very well, but the way it acted was a little disgusting. In essence, the sky-measuring sword ruler channel between him and the Four Seasons was replaced by a sword spirit. Duan Baosha put all his attention on this illusion, but neglected the real sky-measuring sword ruler in Ju City. When Lu Xiaoyi safely appeared 6,000 feet away from the body cultivator, nothing could be changed. The swordsmen below were fascinated by it. To be honest, they had watched their leader fight with others for several years, but they rarely learned anything from it, because all of their leader's strength was based on his sword spirit. There was no way they could learn from it. Their swords could never be as fast or as heavy as their leader's. Therefore, their leader could use the same moves and the same tactics, but they couldn't. This was a very frustrating thing, but this time, they learned something real. The sky-measuring sword ruler could be used like this. Since the ragdoll could be used, then it must be possible to use other things, such as a small beast, a ghost, and other strange things, as long as it was convenient for them. The shadow sword of the inner sword could also be used in this way, which could greatly increase their confusion in close combat. Only one person was unhappy, and that was Smoky Puppet. She finally recognized the origin of the ragdoll. It was the one she had bought. Beautiful clothes, gorgeous clothes, and a lovely face. How could this guy use it for this? He even made it look like a ghost. Chapter 469. Jiulan Mingdeng was surrounded by a few Dharma cultivators from the western regions. Although they all appeared to be unmoved, Mingdeng knew that there was a crack in their hearts. It was not obvious now, but once they entered the arena, it would immediately expand infinitely, and in the end, it would be unstoppable. What? Are you worried that the swordsman will be as ruthless and merciless towards you western regions cultivators? Everyone remained silent. Silence was also a form of attitude. Ming Deng sighed. He was a veteran cultivator ranked in the top 10. The reason why he could not climb up was because he had not had a decent battle in the past 100 years. This was also in line with Jiulan's usual style. As the leader of the cultivators, he knew that he had an obligation to remind everyone of something. I can tell you very clearly that in the eyes of the swordsman, you are no different from other cultivators. But there is a difference. It is not where you come from, but how you fight. Seeing everyone's puzzled gaze, Ming Deng explained, "Why are we here? Is it because we have a grudge against Shenyuan? No. Are we really responding to the Supreme Three Pure Ones' call? Also no. We are here because we are cultivators. Cultivators should have the ambitions of cultivators, no matter if it is a swordsman or a body cultivator, even if it is a spell cultivator, we will still come here. We are following our own Tao, not some other messy stuff. For the sake of Tao, we can give up our lives, as long as we can comprehend something from it. Similarly, for the sake of Tao, we do not care if we make a fool of ourselves in front of thousands of Taoists. Do real cultivators have such a thing as face? Seeing that everyone seemed to have understood something, Ming Deng and the others said in a more serious tone, the deaths of Yu Jiyu and Duan Baosha were not caused by the ruthlessness of the swordsman, but by their own problem. They place too much importance on fighting, so much so that it exceeds their ability to bear. Thus, they always hope to use some special methods to resolve it. This is not the Tao of cultivators. Let me ask you, if you were to encounter this swordsman on the Five-Ring continent, and you were unable to defeat him, what would you do? The surrounding cultivators all had their own thoughts. One of them spoke the truth. I will leave. If I felt that I couldn't win, I wouldn't have waited until the last moment. In truth, from the very start of the battle, we could have known many things. There was no need to reveal all of our cards. While there was still room to maneuver, the best plan was to leave. Ming Deng smiled. Yes. Wasn't that pretty clear? Why is it that you don't understand the principles that you understood when you were traveling outside now that you are in front of thousands of Taoists? Everyone was deep in thought. In the end, it was still a matter of face. The situation was different. Sometimes, their path of retreat was cut off. A cultivator asked, Senior Marshal Brother, regarding the Tao heart, I'm afraid only those who have been there can truly understand the difference between retreating in the wilderness and retreating under the gaze of tens of thousands of people. If you can't walk out of it, it will affect you. I reckon that everyone here wants to save face, so, Ming Deng was surprised, if you insist on thinking this way, then there's no difference whether you were born in the western regions or not. If you only treat this kind of situation as an opportunity to train yourself, you will understand something else. The swordsman is standing there. Do you think that he will definitely defend with his life? I don't think so. The swordsman's orthodoxy is extremely disgusting. To the outside world, they claim that they are unafraid of death and advance bravely. They are indifferent to life and death and are indomitable. These are just gimmicks. Look at the inheritance passed down by their sword ancestor. The cornerstone is the sword manipulation. What is the sword manipulation? Isn't it just fighting if you can win and running if you can't win? What about the sword heart? Courage. Where's your pride? They can all give up, just so that they can mess with you next time. This is the essence of the sword manipulation. It is also the essence of the swordsman. They say one thing, practice one thing, and do another thing. This is the nature of the demon sect. The swordsman can run and even glorify running away as the sword manipulation. On the other hand, we Dharma cultivators persevere for the so-called Tao heart. Don't you think this is ridiculous? Ming Deng was still waiting for an explanation, but his consciousness transmitted over. He knew that the three pure ones had invited him for a discussion. He sighed. These things were useless no matter what others said. They had to be understood by themselves. How could the reputation of the sect, the status of the Dharma lineage, and so on be more important to an individual than their own future? It was normal to come. It was also normal to fight. Why was it abnormal to run when you couldn't win? These words couldn't be explained clearly. Only when one's Tao heart was clear would they understand that the essence of the cultivation world was competition. The essence of competition was that if they couldn't win this time, they would fight for the next time. They would be able to fight for the one time that belonged to them. Why didn't the top few foundation establishment cultivators bring death substitution talismans? Did they really view life and death so indifferently and fearlessly and return to the great Tao? Bullshit. They didn't bring death substitution talismans because they wouldn't easily put themselves in a situation of certain death. If they felt that something was wrong, they would definitely run faster than rabbit. They would try their best, but they definitely wouldn't fight to the death. The difference was huge. Did they really think that giving you a death substitution talisman was because of their good relationship and deep feelings? They were just asking people to risk their lives. The few of them gathered again. Wushang Shongxin, 3 Purities Shuru, and Jiolan Mingdeng all had grave expressions. Shuru went straight to the point. Our morale is low and can't be salvaged. If we send them up one by one like this, I'm afraid that when it's our turn, we won't have any fighting spirit. The original plan isn't feasible. We need to change it. Shongxin nodded in agreement. Senior brother, how do you think we should change it? Shuru said in a low voice, simplify it to 10 people. We'll go up in advance. If we don't succeed, we'll leave it to those pretentious people. This time, the 3 major regions had gathered more than 30 experts to prepare for continuous attacks. Now that 2 rounds had passed, they didn't see any results. Instead, their confidence was getting weaker and weaker. The facts proved that, under the swordsman's powerful ability to fight quickly, there wasn't any real strength that could contend with him. There was no future in relying on stalling for time and patience. Those pretentious people were referring to those cultivators who were ranked in the top 10 but disdained to rely on collective strength to solve problems. They always wanted to rely on individual strength to solve problems. If you had such ambition, why didn't you go earlier? Didn't you just hide behind and watch the situation quietly? Mingdeng sighed. This is good too. It saves us from killing too many people. The glory of my Dharma lineage isn't something that can be shaken by a sword. However, in my western region, because of reasons that everyone knows, there are limited experts. If we want to meet senior brother Shuru's conditions, including me, we can only find 2 people who are barely qualified. Shuru didn't complain. This was a very normal thing. Being in the western region, there was Shenyuan, this huge mountain, suppressing them. Even if the dome never said anything similar, some concerns couldn't be pretended to be stupid. The cultivation world also had its ways of the world. The foundation establishment level had it. How could the Jindan Yuanying perfected monarch not have it? Even if one became an immortal, one could treat these as nothing. Chapter 470. Lu Xiaoyi fiddled with a small metal clock in his hand, the clock of disorder. He looked at it for a long time but could not find anything special about it. In the end, he realized that it was a one-use item, a piece of trash. However, the bell of chaos itself was still a huge shock to him. He realized that in the world of cultivation, a cultivator like him who didn't know much about other orthodoxies dared to challenge the heroes of the world. He didn't know if he would do the same thing again if he could go back to the way he was in the past. There was no problem with his strength, his battle instincts, and his tactics. The only problem was his knowledge. In the first few decades of his life in Shenyuan, he was confined to a limited number of places to improve himself. In the last 50 years, he was isolated from the rest of the world in the peacock plume. What he lacked was communication, knowledge, and the vastness of the cultivation world. Fortunately, he had improved a lot in the past 7 years, but it was still not enough. For example, he had never heard of the clock of disorder. If he had used the 4 seasons and used the heaven measuring sword ruler, the result would not have been good. How many more treasures like the clock of disorder were there in the Dharma and body meridians? He did not know. What was worse was that he had to face it, and it was right in front of him. He finally understood why there was no swordsman ever since the creation of the 5 rings ranking. According to the swordsman's style, they would not miss an opportunity to prove their strength. They would be the most enthusiastic participants in the cultivation world. However, for thousands of years, there was no success. What was the reason? The swordsman who was always battle-hungry and courageous was unable to move forward on the highest stage of the cultivation world. There were even sects that prohibited him from using his sword. Now he understood that he could not use his sword in this place. Using his sword was not just about shuttling back and forth in a narrow sense, but also had a strategic meaning in a broad sense. For example, if he was faced with an unsolvable situation, he could leave without hesitation and choose another opportunity. Just like when he faced Duan Baosha, could he solve the clock of disorder? If he could not solve it, he could choose not to. If he could not catch up to him, he could choose not to. However, if he could not solve it in the cliff of fish leaping, he had to solve it on the spot. There was no space for him to use his sword. He was lucky enough to solve the disorder clock, but what about the other magical items? To him, the most realistic solution was to attack, 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 and attack again. He had to go on a frenzied rampage so that his opponent wouldn't be able to react in time. This was the most important fighting principle of a swordsman. He didn't have a deep understanding of this principle in the past, but he did now. The growth of a swordsman was also a step-by-step process. Yapu gently stroked his daughter's hair. He knew that this was likely to be the last time. The major law factions had decided not to force them to participate. They had only chosen the strongest, the most mature, the most unique, and the most targeted 10 people. He didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky to be chosen. There were so many things he wanted to say, but because there were so many things, he didn't know what to say. There was only one sentence. Xiaoli. You must know that once we step into the Dao sect, we are no longer ordinary people. Don't use the way ordinary people treat grudges. It's not appropriate in the cultivation world. I don't have any grudges with that swordsman, and I don't have any grudges with Shen Yuan, but I still came here and fought with all my might. I did it for myself, not for my family, and not for my sect. That swordsman isn't an enemy, and no one forced your father to participate in this battle. As long as I give them the slightest hint, they have other candidate. So, don't think about revenge. Shen Yuan, Wu Shang, 3 pure ones, etc. In the cultivation world, there are some things that are beyond one's control. This is where I belong, and it may be where you belong in the future. I only hope that before you decide on your own path, you won't be affected by what happened today. This isn't anyone's fault. Others want to cut open a path for themselves, and I want to stop others from cutting open a path for myself. It's the same thing. Remember, there are no grudges. Everyone who steps onto the battlefield makes their own choice. Since there's a chance to win and gain everything, there's also a chance to lose and lose your life. It's very fair. Yapu flew up the cliff. He was the third person out of the 10. The first 2 were defeated, and they were defeated. However, compared to Yu Jiyu and Duan Baosha, they were much luckier. At least they were able to keep their lives. However, he was different. Although the Blood River sect was a distant branch of Taoism, their bloodline was still very far apart. With the Blood River sect's battle characteristics, it was a life and death battle within the boundary. It was very difficult to say whether the battle would end in a draw, or if one side was defeated and left with injuries. This was the Blood River sect's characteristic, and the swordsman's sword was merciless. If the cultivators from these 2 orthodoxies met, there would be no escape. Furthermore, he didn't plan to leave any leeway for himself. To the Blood River sect, leaving any leeway was no different from seeking death. He might as well not go up. As he slowly approached, he looked like he was about to die. His appearance was unremarkable, and he didn't have the demeanor of a powerful cultivator. He wasn't on the list either, so apart from the Red Sun sect and Shouayu Shongshin's group, almost no one knew of his background. He didn't register either. If he won, he couldn't hide it. If he lost, he would be quickly forgotten, and he wouldn't be a burden to the sect. Just like that, he silently moved forward. His target was the silent and vicious swordsman. When he was less than 10,000 feet away, Yapu took a deep breath. His eyes turned crimson red, and blood mist began to surge out from his body. It was very fast, and the blood mist became thicker and thicker until he couldn't be seen at all. Even the divine sense of a cultivator couldn't see through it. It was like a blood-red cloud. The spectators immediately understood the origin of this old man. The Blood River sect's original form was the Blood River. It was thick and boundless, and Blood River sect cultivators were the masters of it. But that was the Blood River sect cultivators of Jindan and above. A mere foundation establishment cultivator could only form a blood mist, which was far inferior to the Blood River sect. Of course, it was also much less magical. But if it was only used to hide one's body, block divine sense, and protect oneself, it was more than enough. Finally, Yapu's blood mist expanded to a radius of several hundred feet, which was also his limit. He slowly flew towards Lu Xiaoyi, neither too fast nor too slow. Lu Xiaoyi's expression was calm. This was a new thing to him, and he needed to explore its roots. His powerful divine sense swept through the blood mist. It could penetrate it, but he couldn't find any trace of his opponent. But he knew that this person must be hiding in the blood mist. This was a new topic. Even in the Bow Pavilion, he hadn't paid attention to it. Perhaps there was, but it was relatively rare. After all, in terms of learning, swordsmen first had to learn how to deal with mainstream cultivation methods and orthodoxies. The Blood River sect had long since declined in the Fifth Ring. Very few people would waste their time on such an obscure orthodoxy. There was no other way. Lu Xiaoyi shook the sword case on his back, and the Four Seasons whistled out. Only the Four Seasons was the most suitable, because the materials used to make flying swords were inert. The blood mist should be able to damage the flying swords, right? Chapter 471. Because the divine sense did not lock onto the target, this was just a fake attack. The purpose was to let the flying sword pass through and directly feel the power of the blood fog, to determine whether the other flying swords could pass through without being contaminated. The Four Seasons flying swords pierced through the blood mist, cutting through nothing. Then it passed through a few more times. The good news was that the blood fog had very little effect on the flying swords. Not only could Four Seasons pass through it freely, his other flying swords were also fine. After this battle, he could repair them slightly, and it would not delay the next battle tomorrow. The bad news was that even if Four Seasons entered the blood fog, the sword spirit would not be able to sense the hiding place of the other cultivator. This blood fog did not cause much damage to the flying swords directly, but it was very effective in isolating the divine sense. Lu Xiaoyi was surprised to find that he didn't have a proper way to deal with this bloody mist cloud as it flew towards the top of the cliff at a leisurely pace. If this thing landed on the top of the cliff and did not leave, who would have the upper hand? It would definitely not be his, Lu Xiaoyi's, advantage. He was very clear that this old cultivator's abilities were all in the blood fog. If he did not enter, there would be no danger at all, and there would not even be a battle. This kind of battle method was useless in the wilderness. If the opponent did not want to enter, they would not even bother with him, and he would not achieve any goal. But in the fish-leaping cliff, this method had a miraculous effect. Because he, as the one who inserted the sword, could not guard the position that originally belonged to him, if this stalemate continued, it would undoubtedly be very beneficial to the Dharma Meridian. What Lu Xiaoyi was thinking about was, if all the cultivators in the future were to create a similar barrier and shamelessly squeeze into it, would he have to squeeze into their barrier to fight in every battle? Once he entered the barrier, he would have the upper hand. He would first have to suffer a great loss, and then he would not know what strange things would be waiting for him. His mind was spinning rapidly. Below him, Shuru and the other two looked at each other with joy. They had finally found a way to not have to worry about the opponent's super powerful long-range attacks. Although it was a little shameless, a method was a method, and no one could say anything about it. Among the swordsman crowd, Fuji sighed. What he was afraid of had come true. It was precisely this kind of messy stuff that swordsmen hated the most. Normally, it wouldn't matter if they were fighting. They could just ignore him. But in this situation, how could they ignore him? Other than taking the initiative to get close to the blood mist, entering the territory of others, and then letting others take the initiative to attack, and then find the true body of the Blood River cultivator, there didn't seem to be any other good method. Lu Xiaoyi didn't hesitate. He could only enter the blood mist, and he had to. Even if he didn't drill through it now, he would have to drill through it no matter how he thought about it. Not only the blood mist, but also the barriers of other cultivators in the future. He had no way of dispelling the power of this barrier. He couldn't use strength, and neither could he use mystery. The only thing he could use to counter it was the large-scale flame spell of a spell cultivator. His fire-type flying sword had yet to take shape and produce a sword spirit. As for his spell trump card, sigh, let's not talk about it. The luck-severing flying sword suddenly slashed into the blood mist. He waited for a moment before rushing in. When he entered the blood mist, the luck-severing flying sword on the other side also penetrated the blood mist. It stopped a few hundred feet away from the blood mist and circled back and forth in the space. This was the backup plan he kept for himself. He could measure it at any time through the heaven measuring sword ruler. Before calculating victory, he had to calculate defeat first to leave himself a way out. This was the essential quality of an excellent warrior. The blood mist was an aerosol made up of tiny blood droplets suspended in the atmosphere. It was different from ordinary water droplets. Blood droplets blocked vision, absorbed divine sense, and isolated perception by countless times. This was because it was a product of cultivation that had been refined by cultivators for a long time. When cultivators reached the realm of Jindan, these blood droplets would expand to a certain extent and form a real blood river. But now, it wasn't a real blood river. When Lu Xiaoyi first entered, he showed a slight discomfort. His eyes were slightly closed. It seemed that he was sensing the luck-severing flying sword that was left outside, but in fact, there could be other reasons. But he quickly overcame this discomfort. When he opened his eyes again, his state had returned to normal. There was no attack coming. Both sides were observing each other. One was in the light, and the other was in the dark. The light was stronger, and the dark was weaker. They had reached a subtle balance. Lu Xiaoyi's problem was how to find the other party. He was not familiar with this kind of blood mist, its composition, fluctuation, sequence, and so on. He was very clear that the blood river cultivators at the level of foundation establishment could not completely integrate into the blood river like Jindan. Every drop of blood in the blood river could be his incarnation. Since the foundation establishment could not do it, they could only maintain a normal human body and hide themselves through the floating bloody light and shadow. If he only scanned with his divine sense, he could not figure out the pattern in a short time. The best way was to wait for the other party to take the initiative to attack. Only then could he find any possible clues. Therefore, his waiting was passive. Of course, he would not give up without a fight. Being quick-witted, he used a stupid method. The two flying swords, Hidden Fragrance and Big Dipper, cooperated with each other. While passing through the blood mist, the two swords released strong sword chi fluctuations that swept through the blood mist space nearby. If there was an abnormality in the reflection of the two swords, it could be the blood river cultivator's hiding place. The Four Seasons and Dew City were hidden in the case, ready to attack at any time. In the process, he was also constantly experimenting with his other abilities, such as the ability to escape in the medium of the blood river, and the ability to conduct spiritual energy. Only by fully grasping these things, could he grasp the ability to control the battlefield in the fastest way. Fighting was an art. Art required a solid foundation, and the foundation had to be completed with careful and meticulous preparation. This was his habit, a kind of innate talent for fighting, but he would not use his flying sword to blindly slash around. Yapu was under great pressure, very great pressure. Although he had successfully forced the swordsman into his blood mist, watching the swordsman fight from below the cliff and personally fighting him were two completely different concepts. He discovered that although the swordsman was completely unfamiliar with the art of the blood river, he could instinctively make the most correct and imaginative response. This kind of talent was really too frightening. Releasing a flying sword to leave a path of retreat outside the blood mist, he continuously tried to escape and use his spiritual energy within the blood mist, preparing for the final thunderous attack. But the most frightening thing was the movements of his two flying sword. The unimaginable search of the two flying swords left no blind spots, making it very difficult for him to freely change his position. Although he did not understand the principle, Yapu knew that as long as he persisted in this search method, he would definitely be found. He did not have much time left. He originally thought that he could still calmly make arrangements, but now he discovered that this swordsman was really a monster. Only by personally facing him could he understand the fierce killing intent hidden behind his seemingly careless little movement. Chapter 472. However, Yapu felt that he still had a chance of winning. His chance of winning came from his observation. The swordsman might really be scared of blood. Among the countless orthodoxies in the 5 rings, no one was more knowledgeable about blood than the Blood River Orthodoxy. In the eyes of the Blood River Orthodoxies, everyone in this world was scared of blood. It was just a matter of how much they were scared. If you don't get scared of blood, why don't you try throwing you into the blood pool? It definitely wouldn't be as pleasant as the pool. Sticky, slightly fishy, coupled with the other side of fear, many of the so-called geniuses in the Blood River Orthodoxy could not pass this stage. Even Yapu himself vomited to death when he first entered the Blood River Orthodoxy. A person bleeding was different from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. That was why he never thought that being scared of blood was embarrassing. However, humans were also the most adaptable race. Just like him, wasn't he the Red Sun sect's Foundation establishment senior brother? The swordsman did not experience the extreme environment he was in, so he was slower to adapt. However, no matter how slow he was still getting lighter. Yapu observed carefully because of the information given by the 3 pure ones. When the swordsman first entered the Blood River, he was indeed slightly uncomfortable, but he recovered after a few breaths. This was the effect of his strong self-control. This was his chance. He really needed the swordsman's discomfort in these short 2 to 3 breaths. This would provide him with a rare opportunity to attack, and he would not be able to teleport away from the blood mist. Yapu knew that he still had a safer option. Before the swordsman's twin swords reached him, he still had time to control the blood mist and surrender. However, once the battle started, there would be no room for negotiation. His position would be exposed, and it would be a race to see if his Blood River secret technique could kill the swordsman first, or if the swordsman would kill him first. The first part of the battle was strangely calm, but danger lurked behind the calm. Yapu adjusted his state of mind to its peak, and did not even look at his loved ones at the bottom of the cliff one last time. Only by putting himself at the brink of death would he be able to come back from the dead. Under his adjustments, the blood mist began to ripple like a real river. However, this river was a little thin, more like layers of blood muslin. As soon as he sensed a change, Lu Xiaoyi immediately responded from within the blood mist. Sky measuring sword ruler. In the blink of an eye, he was already outside the blood mist, like a frightened rabbit. Yapu felt extremely uncomfortable. He was like a giant who was about to swing a giant hammer at his opponent. The hammer had already been raised, but his opponent had already left his attack range. He was not a giant, but he did not have a place to vent his accumulated blood energy. In essence, he was no different from a giant's hammer. Shouldn't the heaven-measuring sword ruler be used only when the situation is not good? Why did he activate it the moment he activated it? There wasn't even any sign of victory or defeat. How could this swordsman be so cowardly? In his anger, Yapu had no choice but to retract his blood chi and activate it. What was the point of activating it now that he was gone? This was the weakness of the blood mist barrier. He could not keep his opponent trapped in the river of blood like Jin Dan or Yuanying. Before he could completely retract his blood chi, he felt a tremor in the blood mist. Another invader had entered. The swordsman had left the blood mist and entered it again. This simple entry and exit had completely ruined all his plans. Yapu's heart sank. Have I been exposed? Shit. When the swordsman used the heaven-measuring sword ruler, his 2 flying swords did not. His reaction was already too slow. In a battle against a natural swordsman like Lu Xiaoyi, if his thoughts could not keep up, his spells would not be able to keep up. A single step behind could lead to a fatal mistake. The Big Dipper and Hidden Fragrance came at him. They did not actually pinpoint Yapu's exact location, but they did know the approximate range of his hiding spot. Since they knew where he was, the 2 swords swept across, and Yapu had nowhere to hide in the next moment. The true shadow of death was right behind him. With a thunderous roar, the 4 seasons had already passed through him. Hibernate, adapt, advance, search, and strike like lightning. Yapu finally understood how those powerful cultivators had been destroyed by the swordsman. He truly felt powerless. This was not just a difference in raw power. This was a complete suppression of intelligence. Yapu was not completely dead yet. Inside the blood mist, a blood river cultivator's life force was always exceptionally strong. It was just that the blood mist was rapidly shrinking. Once it disappeared, it would be his doomsday. Before he died, he only had one wish. He did not want to fight back. This kind of opponent was not someone he could deal with. They were not on the same level. He only wanted to know if his initial judgment was correct. Was this swordsman scared of blood? He did not use the shrinking of the blood mist to replenish his life force. What was the point of living for a few more breaths? He stimulated all the blood chi in his body. The blood mist became countless times thicker, but it also shrunk countless times in an instant. This was originally the most important part of his plan. He wanted to create a real river of blood in a certain area to accumulate killing intent. Now, there was no hope of killing intent, but at least he could take a look. In the end, it only formed an area the size of a room. Amidst this sudden change, the swordsman closed his eyes and swayed a few times. Yapu closed his eyes in satisfaction. The information was correct. This swordsman was seriously scared of blood. This move before his death had at least revealed the swordsman's greatest weakness. This was even more meaningful than the deaths of those cultivators before. If the people below were not blind, they would be able to see it and make plans accordingly. In that case, seeing that he had done his best, at least in the southeast region, the supreme immortal sect would be protected, right? None of the magic cultivators were surprised. The swordsman also watched calmly. This was just a has-been blood river orthodoxy. He relied on his strange technique to last for a while longer. What was the point? A battle between cultivators was ultimately a contest of raw power. As a matter of fact, once he understood, it would naturally be over. Was it so easy to make an upset in the cultivation world? Only a small group of people were sad. A few cultivators from the Red Sun sect were comforting the sobbing Xiaosu. In fact, they already knew the result, but they were still hoping for a miracle. But a miracle was still a miracle. The essence of a miracle was that the probability was infinitely close to zero. The Red Sun sect's cultivators were very conscientious, which was a common trait of small orthodoxies. However, they wouldn't be so easily distracted. They kept a close eye on Xiaosu, knowing that this little guy was extremely daring and would sometimes do something shocking. Near the sect, she had the right to be willful. But here, they were nothing. Other than hiding their sadness in their hearts, what else could they do? For more than 7 years, that swordsman had killed countless people, not to mention a small sect like the Red Sun sect. Even powerful sects like the Peerless Three Purity Temple would not dare to seek revenge. Stabbing a sword was his right. No one invited you. You came, you went, and you died. That was your fate. Senior Yapu was right. There was no karma here. Your death had already cancelled out your actions of stopping others from achieving Tao. Therefore, no one owed anyone anything. Chapter 473. Shuru, Shongxin, and Ming Deng gathered together once again. They had already reduced the number of challengers from more than 30 to 10, but the first 3 were still defeated. Perhaps it took longer than before, but it was meaningless. It was just a standoff. When the real battle began, they all collapsed at the first touch. The collapse left everyone speechless. Shuru suggested again, "There's no need to try anymore. Just the 3 of us. We'll leave the rest to heaven's will." It seems that senior brother burned cinder and the others are more correct. Stabbing a sword is just a discussion between cultivators. There's no need to involve other things. Disciples of large sects naturally had the bearing and knowledge of large sects. They could continue to let their close allies wear down the swordsman's spirit according to the arrangement. But then what? After the death of their bodies and Tao, it would not only be the deaths of the elite disciples, but also the doubts and guesses of their allies towards the law lineage. After failure, there would be all kinds of conspiracy theories. Since they could not get the Shenyuan swordsman, they would naturally guess that the law lineage's big shots were taking this opportunity to eliminate dissidents and weaken the elites of other orthodoxies. If there were people adding fuel to the fire, they were truly wise people. Rather than that, They might as well go themselves and let the others do as they wished. Regardless of success or failure, at least it would strengthen their allies' confidence in following them. They would not suffer a double loss. Tens of thousands of years ago, even longer than Xuanyuan's orthodoxy, their view of the big picture had long been ingrained in their bones. In the early stages, there might be people like Blind Duan who were up to no good, but in the later stages, they knew better than anyone what to do and what not to do. They would definitely not do anything that would harm their own foundation. When it was time for them to take responsibility, they would definitely take responsibility. Shongxin and Ming Deng were not surprised. They had already expected this, but these words could only be said by the highest-ranked Shuru. Ming Deng spread his hands. Then, it's my turn tomorrow? Who asked me to be ranked the lowest? Shongxin did not care. I'll go the day after tomorrow, but my body has been a little lazy recently. It's best if junior brother Ming Deng can solve it. Ming Deng laughed. I can't guarantee that. Laziness is easy to cure. Once you go up, you won't be lazy immediately. The few of them had decided the future while chatting. How carefree. But what was the big deal? Going up there wasn't certain death. Even if the sky fell, there were tall people to hold it up. There were still 6 people in the top 10 of the 5-ring rankings. However, Yu Jiyu, who was ranked 10th, had just died, and Yang Fa, who was ranked 9th, was defeated. It was still too early. The next day, Bright Lantern stepped onto the top of Fish Leaping Peak and fought against Lily. On the second day, Shongxin behaved elegantly, as if he was not participating in a battle, but meeting a friend. A few moments later, the sky returned to its original tranquility amidst the brilliance of the spells. Shongxin left in the same elegant manner as when he came. He did not look like a loser, but rather like a reclusive master who learned from his friends after exchanging pointers with them. Everyone in the swordsman group was mesmerized by the battle. The battle was indeed exciting, and it could be said that it was full of danger. However, as a swordsman who lived on the edge of a blade all day long, they could keenly sense that something was amiss. He didn't forget himself, he didn't fight to the bitter end, and he didn't put himself in a dead end. Fu Xing laughed. This is the Dharma Meridian. For tens of thousands of years, they had never changed. If they could win, they would fight to the death. If they couldn't win, they would lie low. Although the result was not satisfactory, their demeanor was still there, and their hairstyle was not messed up. Let me ask you, if Shenyuan and the Supreme Three Purities Temple fought together, like today, with Shenyuan as the leader and the Supreme Three Purities Temple as the Three Purities Temple, then, what would be written in the records of the Three Purities Temple? Beside him, Yang Bo laughed. What else could it be written? The battle record is right here. Can he still reverse black and white? Wei Sword Mountain and the Three Purities Temple had coexisted in Erhai for a long time, and their resentment was deep. When they insulted the Three Purities, they really did not leave any leeway. Fu Xing said seriously, wrong. The records of the Three Purities Temple would write that, in a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, the cultivators of the Three Purities Temple obtained the 4th place. Another excellent result. As for Shenyuan, they obtained the 4th place from the bottom. Shuru slowly flew to the top of Fish Leaping Cliff. Today's battle was the focus of everyone's attention, because he was the cultivator with the highest ranking on the list so far. His high ranking of 3rd place was not an empty title. It was based on countless real battles. Perhaps there were indeed cultivators with 5 rings who could defeat him, but the difference would not be large. Basically, he represented the peak of the foundation establishment level. This was a true fierce battle between dragons and tigers. If Candid Hawthorne won easily, there would be no suspense in the following battles. How big of a difference would there be between the top 3? The entire area below Fish Leaping Cliff had become a huge casino. The swordsman was the banker, and they did not refuse anyone who came. However, the odds kept going down. Originally, they could still win large amounts of spirit stones in the gambling house, but now, the odds had long fallen to 50-50. No one dared to bet on Lu Xiaoyi's loss. They could only earn some hard-earned money. There was no other way. The stronger one, the more optimistic one, usually received this kind of treatment in the gambling house. Shuru strolled leisurely in the sky. This humble daoist is Shuru of 3 Pure Ones. Today, I would like to experience fellow daoist Yang's peerless sword skills. Lu Xiaoyi returned the greeting. Shenyuan cigarette butt. I am fortunate to meet Gao Xian. How fortunate can you be? Shuru Yang saw that he was about to reach a distance of 10,000 feet. He took out an object from his ring, a four-sided pagoda. I have a tall pagoda, and the four sides are the limit. This is a collection of the sect, a downgrade spirit tool. Cultivators should not rely on external objects, but fellow daoist's sword is fast and far. This humble daoist does not want to take risks, so I borrowed this object to make a fool of myself. Defy. The four-sided pagoda was thrown out, and it flew to the top of Fish Leaping Cliff at a moderate speed. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. It was this again. Previously, Bright Lamp and Shongxin were also like this. Before entering the range of his flying sword, they used some kind of barrier to achieve their goal. In this aspect, the three great magic sects' rogues' methods were the same. Bright Lamp used lotus steps, Shongxin used a barrier to reflect, and now, Shuru's four-sided pagoda directly transformed into a spatial barrier after flying for 100 feet. It also wrapped around Shuru while it was at it. The space continued to spin, growing bigger and bigger. It was like a huge tentacle monster. When it reached the top of Fish Leaping Cliff, it pulled and pulled, and the entire space was locked onto the top of Fish Leaping Cliff, covering a radius of 10,000 feet. It had to be said that Yapu's battle had a great impact on them. They firmly grasped the fact that he could not easily give up the space at the top of the cliff, and easily achieved their goal of getting close to the swordsman. They would no longer be stuck in a situation where they could only take a beating and not retaliate. To be honest, this was not against the rules. The swordsman had the advantage of long-range attacks, so why couldn't they deal with it with a barrier? It was just a small advantage. As the person who inserted the sword, he could only take the initiative to enter the barrier in order to drive away the challengers. It was impossible for him to control the sword and fly outside. If he stayed outside for too long, the broken sword that was inserted into the cliff might be pulled out by someone. This was also the rule of Fish Leaping Cliff. The mysterious formation at the top of the cliff would protect the sword for a period of time. If the sword was not defeated after a period of time, there was a chance that it would be pulled out. Even if the sword was pulled out, it did not mean that the challenger had failed. If the sword was pulled out in the end, it would still be the same. The only difference was that time had been recalculated, and the challenger had no choice but to continue for another 10 years. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.